You guys. Well, that. It's always like 3 minutes faster. You want yourself out of the picture?
No, it's like, it's right in front of Mike's head, so like all I can see is this and I can't.
Not sure that was a problem.
I was gonna make that sound.
There, now it's right in between. This did not have it. So the purpose and.
It's 6 o'clock, so I'm calling this meeting to order. Good evening and welcome, everyone. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on the city's YouTube channel. Just a reminder to the audience, whether you are presenting or just commenting on an agenda topic, please come to the podium and wait to be recognized by the mayor, stating your name. There's a 7-minute time limit. Non-agenda items can be presented under citizens not on the agenda, but will not be discussed by the council. Above all, please show courtesy and respect at all times. Thank you. Roll call, please. All right.
Marion, right?
Deb Molly.
Dan Wozniak.
I'm here.
Cindy Anderson. Thank you. We'll now move on to the consent agenda and approve the meeting agenda. Were there any questions on the consent agenda items? Hearing no questions, consider a motion to approve.
Welcome.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to reports. You do have, sheriff's report in your packet. Does council have any questions on any of the department or engineering reports?
On the sheriff report, how do we get it detailed? From what if not, I don't expect them to know it, but how do you just reach out to them if we have Cynthia reach out to get like a report or resolution on some calls?
Yeah, like an update of what
Yeah.
happened, sure, yeah, just tell me which ones and.
Do they provide a more detailed report?
That's kind of, no,
No. Do they need to be?
no.
Any other questions? I've got a couple of comments, but I'll read the council if they have any questions. Just a couple, real quick things. Just wanted to make note on the library department report that their door count is 1,221 for the past month. On the fire department report, the chief's not here, is he? Oh, okay, well, you can pass this along to the chief, complimenting the entire fire department on your continued efforts to apply for grants. That's extremely helpful. And I did have a question. Oh, March 19th, you're hosting Lynn County Firefighters Association meeting. What's involved with that?
Just the one that manner they'll call the county fire departments.
All the county fire departments.
Yeah, whoever makes it, a lot of times, or most of them don't make it, but they rotate who hosts it, so.
I see. Okay, under building department, Eric, would you comment on our status with the payroll contract?
Well, as of the 15th of this month, we will cease going to Halo, helping them out. In a nutshell. So we will be done helping them out on the zoning aspect of it. And I don't know, I know they are looking for somebody to fill that position, both building official potentially and zoning, whether that's a third party or in-house.
So Eric's been taking care of that, but it'll soon be mission accomplished. Quick question for Brian. On your job shadows, you mentioned in your monthly report, what school did those high school, college kids, what are they?
High school, one was a sophomore from. Catching you off guard here, it was a sophomore from local one from Kennedy. I think that was a senior girl. And then there was a sophomore boy from Albernet, and that was the other one. And there were supposed to be two other ones, but somehow they didn't. They chose to not show up or something, so.
We used to do interns. Are we still looking at trying to do interns?
We can if they bring it to our attention, we just haven't really looked for them. They can always reach out to us if we're interested in doing it, if somebody asks about it, so. Then bring it to council and see where.
Okay. Just a quick question for Joe. What do you think the employment outlook is for your seasonal workers this year?
Good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean by our outlook.
Are you expecting the same number of kids to be applying, or do you have any idea?
Well, they're on the update,
Right.
excuse me. Today, I think we've got 32,
On the payroll resolution.
yeah, payroll resolution, I think we have 32.
Is that about average?
Yeah. Wouldn't think so.
Good.
The number of kids isn't what really drives that anyway, it's the number of hours that we have, so.
All right. Okay, any other questions?
Eric, I forgot, it's 117 Railroad under New Ownership, or
It is.
that's what I thought. That's
Yep. Yep, and hopefully, I did inquire about doing more inspections there, and hopefully he's gonna have that soon. So I can give it a tip to tail inspection on the inside. They are doing, cosmetic changes, carpeting. I told them the deficiencies that were required as far as the fire aspect goes. We're doing good work, it's clean, so it's a nice turnaround. The outside, as you can see, is one thing, but for those of us that have been on the inside, it's a very welcome thing to come to this town, so I'm glad to see that property get cleaned up and more presentable to the city. And, I would suspect, I kind of tried to get him to give me a time. And he's hoping for end of month to have the thing taken care of. He did retain, I think, one person chose to stay. And then he's gonna open it up for rentals for everybody.
How many units are in there again?
There's 8, 8 units.
Okay, hearing no further questions, we'll move on to item number 6. We have with us this evening, Lynn County Supervisor Sandy Sheets. And he's gonna be talking about, the landfill expansion project.
Where do you want me to go?
Right at the podium there. If you wanna test out the microphone before we get started, make sure it's loud enough. Thank you, Supervisor, for being here.
Good evening, this work? It works. All right, I'm gonna try and be brief. Does everybody on council have a copy of this document that you're looking at the screen? Do you guys have any extra copies by chance?
No.
No, that's okay. I'll try and remember and read them up here. But, essentially, I want to give some background as to what led to the report that you council are gonna be reviewing, and maybe you'll have some questions on. The solid waste agency's main landfill, only operating landfill right now, is on County Home Road. It has, had an expected closure date of 2044 for many, many years. But because of some of the natural disasters, including the many floods that we've experienced in Lynn County, and the duration of 2020, the timeline has actually moved up. Basically, the anticipated timeline of when the landfill will fill up has been moved up to 2039 is kind of the current date, that the solid waste agency believes that the landfill would kind of run out of space. That can change any day, God forbid, knocking on wood, that there's some sort of other natural disaster that we face that in an instant can take years off of the timeline, or move that up, I should say, the timeline of the landfill closure. And so what we did as a community, and by community, I mean, the county, small towns, the city of Cedar Rapids, the city of Marion, is we are thinking through in a very public way what the future of this landfill site should be, and just kind of what the future of the solid waste agency that has existed for over 30 years, kind of addressing solid waste issues for our region should be. And so, what developed was a memorandum of understanding. I should give some context to you. Right now, the solid waste agency is a governing board of 9 seats. 6 of those seats are held by the city of Cedar Rapids. 2 seats are held by Lynn County, and 1 seat is held by the city of Marion. The city of Marion has that seat because of a lawsuit that happened in the 1990s, and that was settled in 2006. There's a settlement agreement, and as part of that agreement, the city of Marion got a seat on the governing board, and also they put a cap on basically a setback as to how far the landfill could expand towards Marion. And so right now, there is an 1,800-foot setback from site 2, which is what I'll keep calling that landfill on County Home Road. There is a settlement agreement that says that cannot get anywhere closer than 1,800 feet from the city of Marion. Artesian Road is what the road's called. So that kind of put that cap as to where, how much the landfill could expand, how much it could grow, and by extension, what that timeline is for when it's gonna close. And so what we thought through, kind of as a region, the city of Marion, city of Cedar Rapids, and Lynn County, is we need to think through kind of a future, we need to think through what the options are, kind of past 2039, past 2044, because obviously we're gonna have solid waste needs as a region, and we had to think through kind of what those possible avenues are gonna be. So we developed through this MOU a working group. The working group is a public body that met 3 times in public. If you see on that sheet, you'll see the list of members, working group members. You can scroll down just a little bit for me. There's a tab. So I was the chair from the county on the working group. We had 2 members from Lynn County, myself and Darren Gage. We had Tyler Olson, who's a city councilman from Cedar Rapids, and Roy Hessman, who's the Cedar Rapids Utilities Director. We had Ryan Waller, who's the city manager of the city of Marion. Grant Harper, who's a city councilman from Marion. Garrett Prestergaard is the chief engineer for the solid waste agency. And then LD Miller, you guys know LD is the administrator for the city of Ely, and is also a board member on ECOG. Mark Weldon is the one of the environmental sustainability engineers for Quaker Oats. We thought it'd be a really good idea to have a large Lynn County industrial user to kind of talk about how the landfill and the future of the landfill would impact just kind of the decisions for large industrial users in our county. So we met 3 times. We met for about 12 hours in public. It was really, really good discussion. It was all objective, very thoughtful discussion, feedback from everybody on the working group. And in the last meeting, we voted on a set of recommendations. The way that this MOU, and I'm sorry if I'm gonna get in the weeds, but this is a complicated topic, and so I wanna make sure you guys have all the information. The way this MOU, the kind of 3 things it addressed were: 1, what is a future governing board of the solid waste agency going to look like? There's a lot of folks, not just the city of Marion, but there's a lot of communities that have felt like this current structure with 6 of the 9 seats having a super majority for the city of Cedar Rapids, there hasn't been enough or as much input from the rest of the county and the rest of the smaller communities that folks thought should be on this governing board. So what we looked at is, we looked across the state, across the country, we looked at different examples of other solid waste agencies and kind of decided what are the best models, what are the best practices, how should we structure a new governing board to better reflect and better encompass our whole region. And so we developed the recommendations that you have in your packet in terms of board composition. There would be, instead of 9 seats in this new board, there would be 14 seats. The city of Cedar Rapids would have 7 seats. One of those seats from Cedar Rapids would be that large industrial user that the city of Cedar Rapids would get to appoint. The city of Marion would have 3 seats, Lynn County would have 3 seats, and then one small community seat would basically rotate between the small towns, Fairfax, Ely. I could go through the whole list throughout Lynn County. And that would be up to the small towns to meet amongst themselves, decide who should be the representative, and they would have 1 seat. In addition to, obviously, I'm biased, but we have 2 county supervisors who represent, Brandy Myshide represents almost all the small towns and communities in Lynn County, mostly rural and Marion. And obviously, you guys know Kirsten Markward will be here later tonight, represents Fairfax, Walford, and Ely, in addition to the west side of Cedar Rapids. So there's kind of a double where you get some county representation, but also, you're gonna get a small community seat that will rotate, just to ensure that our small towns have a voice in this new governing board. So we settled on this for the number of seats and the distribution of seats, kind of just reflecting how big some of the cities are that are using a lot of the waste that goes to the landfill, but also making sure that we're giving more representation to our smaller communities as well. There are requirements for the new board. That was something that we heard repeatedly, is they want to make sure there's accountability in this new board and composition. And so each jurisdiction, the city of Cedar Rapids, Marion, and Lynn County are required to have at least 1 elected official and at least 1 staff member. So we have some technical expertise from staff, but we also have elected officials that are responsible to the public. For small towns, the one exception is for a small community like Fairfax, they are able to pick either a staff member or an elected official. And that's just a realization, as you guys well know, that oftentimes either a mayor or council is so busy in a part-time role that they don't have the time to fully commit themselves to a really intensive governing board role. And so we gave them the option, small towns, to say, hey, we have a city administrator or a clerk we really like that we think would be a good idea. We're not gonna tie your hands and say, you can't pick that person to be your representative. So that's just kind of explaining some of the requirements. We also said no alternates. There are some boards that I know you guys participate in when there are alternates, and we just thought as a group that alternates a lot of times aren't really super engaged in the boards that they're on, and they come in and are just kind of in and out. And so we said, this is a really serious board. If you want to be a member, we need you to be there and be engaged. This section 5, is going to be talking about voting thresholds. So I said there's 14 seats in this new governing board. The small communities, and a lot of us share a concern that, hey, for really, really big decisions, the big decisions that we're gonna be thinking through, things like amending our settlement agreement, or just deciding what's gonna happen with the landfill, what are alternate routes, we're gonna take as a region to think about solid waste, issuing debt, huge capital projects, changes to the governing board and bylaws. We think there should be a super majority required. So that, just the city of Cedar Rapids with 7 seats and 1 other community can't steamroll the rest of the board. And so we have a protection where you have to have 10 seats for that list of decisions, these really big decisions, issuance of debt, capital projects beyond a certain threshold of $7.5 million, governing changes, facility siting, expansion, closure, that really big decision about what's gonna happen with the landfill, and then bylaws. So we just wanted to make sure, again, for small towns and some of our smaller communities that aren't Cedar Rapids, we wanna have protections in case. We wanna have protections to ensure that these big decisions are made collaboratively as a region, and not just one city, one institution on their own deciding. And so that was really important to the group. And just so everybody knows, all of these recommendations were voted on and approved unanimously, including the 2 representatives from the city of Cedar Rapids. So I just want to make sure that that's noted too. This was not some sort of, 5-4 very bitter thing. It was a very collaborative effort, and every recommendation you're seeing on this document was supported unanimously by the group. If you can scroll down just a little bit for me, please. The next piece is the recommendations on the subcommittee structure. So we wanted to have subcommittees for folks that are on MPO or have been on MPO. There are technical subcommittees that have expertise from staff and also elected officials that kind of dig really into the weeds on certain areas and issues. So the Executive Management Policy Committee, you guys can read just the full list of what it's gonna do. There's operations and waste management, and then planning strategic. I'm missing the first word, but strategic planning is that third subcommittee. And we basically went through and we said, hey, for each of these subcommittees, we need to have 5 members. We wanna have, make sure that we have technical expertise from staff from each of these institutions, not just, you know, the solid waste agency staff, but staff from Marion, the county, a small town, the city of Marion, et cetera. We wanna have them as a part of these decision-making subcommittees. And so that was a really important part about this too, was having the subcommittees that would then report to the general governing board. The waste diversion goals and staffing was a really important point. I'll just say honestly, especially to the city of Marion, they had a lot of very good recommendations about different diversion goals, different education goals. They had the agency actually offered some list of things that they would report out to the board that you guys can see there, quarterly tonnage reports, hauler reports, etc. And that's gonna give the new governing board some real KPI metrics that they're able to judge what kind of a job is the solid waste agency doing when it comes to diversion and making sure that we're doing everything we can to not fill up the landfill as quickly as possible. They also recommended hiring a sustainability coordinator. Solid waste agency did, and I think that would be really good to work with our communities across the region to say, hey, what can we do to keep ensuring that we're doing everything possible to divert as much waste as possible to make sure that we're, again, not filling up the landfill as quickly as possible. So, like I said, this working group talked about this over 3 meetings, 12, 13 hours of discussion, a ton of research, a lot of great input, not only from the members, but from our solid waste agency staff. And I do have to give a huge shout out just for the group. The solid waste agency staff does incredible work. They are consummate professionals. They're regularly winning awards across the state, across the country for some of the practices they do. And so I just want to kind of level set and say, it's not that they're doing a bad job, they're actually doing a really, really good job. It was just very important for us as a region to kind of have this discussion and figure out kind of what the next steps are. And so we have a section, next steps. So this piece, this governing board recommendations document, what it does is it sets the outline of what a future governing board for the solid waste agency would look like. The way that the MOU is structured is that all of the entities that make up the solid waste agency have to approve all of these recommendations before any of these changes would be made. So the Cedar Rapids City Council, the Marion City Council, the Board of Supervisors, and the solid waste agency current governing board have to all on their own approve these recommendations. If that happens, once that happens, if that happens, then the new governing board will take place. The other piece that's really important just to think about that future decision for the landfill. The city of Marion has said that they will consider expanding the landfill. Potentially, they have not decided on a final number or what is the distance, or even if they're gonna do a setback. But remember when I talked about that settlement agreement that says they can't expand any closer to Marion by 1,800 feet. In order for these changes to take place and for all these groups to kind of make a final decision, we're waiting to hear from the city of Marion what their acceptable number is in terms of reducing that setback. How much are they willing as a community to allow the landfill to grow? That's gonna be a huge deciding factor in how those different groups are gonna vote on the recommendations. So I think we have a great set of recommendations for the future. I think this would be a good governing board. I think the governing board is one piece. I think that setback and kind of the future of the landfill on County Home Road, which is really in Marion's court right now, because of that settlement agreement, is kind of where we're at. We have the framework if we want to go down that road. But we're just waiting, we're kind of in a wait and see period to see, what the city of Marion decides is acceptable to them in terms of expanding the holding bill. I have spoken a lot, and I've gone over a lot. Who has questions? And I'm willing to stay as long as you guys need, but I know you have other business. Any questions about the history of the landfill, this site, this kind of, working group recommendations document? Please ask away.
I do have a question. So what is, like, if they will not, approve that, then what is your next option? I know the last time someone was here, they talked about hauling to,
Yeah, that's a really good question. We had in the presentations of the working group, some analysis that has been done about what those alternative options are. So let's say that Marion comes back and says, you know what, we're just not interested. We're not gonna do any setback. No, thank you. These recommendations likely, I'm not gonna say for sure, likely would not be adopted. So then the governing board would stay in place. We had a presentation about what the options are gonna be. The most likely option is that the solid waste agency would have to create a transfer station. We had in our working group, really good documentation on what the costs are gonna be to, commercial users, to residents. And using the transferring that waste out once the landfill is full is going to basically double the cost of processing waste in our county. That's for residential users, that's for folks that are taking their bin out to their driveway, that's for places like Quaker Roads or large industrial users. It is going to double the cost of our waste in Lynn County. And so I think that's a really big deal and really important for folks to know about, and I think that's something that the Marion City Council, who I don't want to speak for, is weighing, is, hey, when we have this landfill in our backyard, maybe we wanted to close at some point, but also, are we ready to have everybody in the county pay double for, their waste? There's other kind of technologies and stuff, like there's an option about something called plasma arc, some technology where you burn the waste, but it is literally 3 times as expensive to do, and it would take 10 to 15 years to set up. So I think if I'm being honest with council tonight, the real options are gonna be either expand the landfill, or build a transfer station that would, double the cost of waste in our county. Those are the options.
Have you looked at alternative locations within Lynn County to put in another landfill? I know people's desire to have landfills near them is low.
Yeah, I won't, in a public meeting, get into how crazy the last time, 20 years ago, they even thought about citing an additional landfill was. But, I just know that the police were involved in multiple occasions based on how strongly people felt about that. So, for all intents and purposes, I would just say that is not a realistic option for Lynn County.
How much time would you add to the projected closure date if Marion was willing to reduce the setback requirements?
It completely depends on what they're willing to do. So if they talked about a 450-foot setback reduction, I think that would buy probably about 5-6 years. If they use, hypothetically, I don't want to say anything on the term. If they did a lot more than that, like if they got way closer to using the entire site that's available, I think it would extend it into the 2060s. It would give us another 30-40 years
So
potentially.
no setback would put it into almost 2070.
Correct. Again, who knows, 20 years from now, if we have another derecho, God forbid, or something, that number might change. But my understanding is that if we were able to use the whole site, that we would be able to extend the life for about 30-40 years, until 2066.
do you have any idea what that would just cost would be?
The what?
What it would cost you to buy the property from Marion? You didn't, don't you have to buy it from them?
No, so the settlement agreement is basically a lawsuit between the solid waste agency and Marion that got settled 20 years ago. It's not even about, who owns the land. It's because of that settlement agreement, it explicitly says the landfill can't go anywhere south basically 1,800 foot distance from Artesian Road, so they can't expand anywhere south, which is the only way to go on that site that they have, is south in that land. So what would happen is if Marion, let's say hypothetically Marion comes back and says, you know what, we do want to expand it, whatever hypothetical amount of distance, they would have to amend their settlement agreement with the solid waste agency. So it's not really like a land purchase issue, it's a legal issue about, they would have to amend their agreement with the solid waste agency and lower what that setback distance is allowable.
So you already own all that property.
The solid waste agency does, yeah. Yeah. What other questions? Or honestly, you know, it'd be helpful is any feedback too. If you guys have any strong thoughts, reactions. You guys are one of our most important small towns in this community, so I just want to hear from you too.
Don't butter us up.
I'm here to do. So,
For the board composition, do you think, the small community seat should be 2 instead of 3? If you look at just kind of generic population numbers. The city of Marion is slightly overrepresented as opposed to the small communities or those outside of Cedar Rapids and Marion.
I think the reason Marion was kind of on par with the county was because of the fact that they have the landfill in their backyard.
Supervisor, under your next steps, is there a time frame provided in which these various entities need to make the decision?
No, so the only required steps were that after we published this on Friday, February 27th, each entity had to go and discuss this working group recommendations, like within their own organization. So the Board of Supervisors had a discussion of the working group recommendations a week ago. The city of Marion, I think, discussed it late last week. I'm not sure exactly when the city of Cedar Rapids is planning to have a discussion, but there's no set date that they have to decide on a working group, yes or no vote. Another option that some of these communities have, some of them might come back and say, hey, we like 90% of this. We think something needs to change in this section. They have the right to come back and vote it down and send back to the working group a list of recommendations that they want to see. Like it would say they have an issue with that number, with a specific number of seats. They can vote it down and send it back and say, we don't think this is fair. Here's why. We want you to change this. It would then come back to the working group. So that's an option they have, but there's no set timeline in the document that says you have to vote on this by now. And I think it is to be fair to Marion, it is a very sensitive topic within their community. So I think our feeling, the county, City of Cedar Rapids, other communities, that we should give them the time and the space to discuss this amongst themselves, figure out what is acceptable to their residents and their community in terms of any potential setback, expansion of the landfill, or none at all. So I think we're kind of in a wait and see mode to see when they come back and what they're comfortable with doing.
So at this point in time, Fairfax could provide feedback but has no voting power at the moment.
I would be always happy to take your feedback, but right now, unless one of these 4 groups votes down the working group recommendations, it basically, it's in limbo until either gets voted yes, but these are the final recommendations from that working group itself.
Council, any other questions? Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Next, moving on to item number 7. We are honored to have a second supervisor with us this evening, but we can't have them in the same room at the same time. Come on in, Kirsten. Supervisor Kirsten Marquardt is going to talk to us about the ordinance that Lynn County has been working on and address any questions that you may have. And potentially you have a proposed resolution if you wanted to support their efforts, that you could take advantage of that this evening. But welcome, Supervisor. And do you have anything that you would like for us to show on the screen? You would ask me.
Yeah. You're out of breath, I have breathing stops 2 times in 5 minutes, and you're lower, and I take steps more often. I did ask. I didn't bring copies today because it had some copy issues, but, printing issues, but, Mayor Vera called before the meeting, and she said that it was included in your packet. The actual ordinance itself, and then I believe the summary presentation that Charlie Nichols gave Monday, and so you can put that up or not. I'm not gonna go through the actual ordinance word for word, but I think his presentation does a really good job of sort of summarizing it. If that's,
And I'm not,
so we just kind of go through it briefly and then,
yeah, just give us some.
is that okay?
Kristen, and then they can ask questions.
Great. In the beginning of the presentation, it talks about background, what is a gas-fired electric generating facility?
There,
Great, thanks, whoever doing that.
Cynthia.
Cynthia, thank you. I'm gonna go through those kind of fast, but. And thank you, Supervisor Sheets, for being here tonight. He's doing a really great job on the, solid waste agency board, representing a regional approach for all of us. I really appreciate that. I think, what is gas fired electric generating facility? I think you guys understand what that is. I just wanna talk a little bit about here. There was some misinformation that kind of was going around about how there's not really a lot of emissions that come off of gas fired natural power plants, and that's not necessarily the case. It's more than, a couple lawnmowers out in their backyards. It is the air quality component is under the purview of the Lynn County Department of Public Health. The authority that Lynn County has is economic and community considerations.
We went into.
So. Background a little bit, why now Alliant Energy is proposing, first I know they came to you guys, y'all did whatever you did, with consideration of the airport as well. And then they came to us asking for us to look at a gas-fired electric generating facility in unincorporated areas of Lynn County. They presented me with a map, and in the orange areas of the map, and I believe I did share a copy of that a little while ago with Mayor. But in the copies of that, it had orange highlighted areas, which were all surrounding Fairfax and a lot of west side neighborhoods as well. It was a very large map. This one you can't really see very well, but this is the zone they sort of zeroed in on.
Could you point out some landmarks on that map, Kirsten?
I don't know.
On third, on the left, which is the west,
Is it Highway 30?
is it the north?
Is running,
There.
yep.
Yep.
And then the Lynn Benton line is right there. Great job. Who's ever got the maps now? And they're looking into those 2 squares right there. So, I don't know if anybody knows where Pete's Fruit stands at, sort of by that area. This was not the initial place that Alliant was looking at to put a natural gas, plant in, but we had several different conversations. I received an email from Public Health that last July, Alliant had one of their engineers send to Public Health Department when they were looking at, pollution. And again, we don't look at pollution, that's not under our authority, but they gave the top 5 pollutants that come out of the natural gas power plant, and then it gave a radius of impact of those pollutants. The radius of impact of those pollutants are about 2.22 miles. It is our belief that we have economic and community consideration authority, and we worked with Alliant, sharing our concerns about the economic detriment that could bring to a neighborhood if you put an entire natural gas power plant right on top of it. My home, my mom's home, there's many people that I care for and consider family and good friends, a couple here tonight. that their homes were right up where it was going to be, and these people, like, I look at my mom, and her home is her biggest investment that she has. And I'm not trying to be one of those not in my backyard person, but just trying to balance, we can be pro-growth and then also protect the economic and community interests of the people of Lynn County. And that's what I set off to do. I was the strongest supporter of the board on the 2.25 setbacks. 2.2 miles, 2.25 miles for the setbacks, not from staff, and it's two residential zoned neighborhoods that are within a city boundary. That is not industrial, commercial, etc. It's just residential. We had some public comment, some people were supportive of it. But we had quite a few that were, that had air quality and health concerns, noise, quality of life impact. We did have a lot of people talking about the airport, runway capability concerns. And then ratepayer impacts. We do not have authority, the IUC, Iowa Utilities Commission. They are the ones that have the authority over ratepayers. I'm sure you all know that, but there are some people who thought we might, we don't. So planning and zoning, they moved to, move forward with what we had put in place, except for they were looking at moving the setbacks from 2.25 miles to 1 mile. Alliant has been very much actively, against and working against the 2.25 setback. They don't want to set a national precedence. And, they moved and they have acknowledged publicly as well that the area that they are looking at is 2.25 away from a residential center. And they, believe that they don't need the ordinance then, and it does not need to be codified because they are within that 2.25 radius. I still believe that it's very important for us to still set that moving forward, and so the board moved with our first reading of it, of our ordinance. We did put in a provision that said that if there's extra circumstances, and you'll see that on Wednesday, where the 2.25 is just something outside the boundaries of the norm. And I believe we also put in for legal reasons and considerations that the board could consider a 25% reduction in the setback if we view that that was needed. Let me go through real quick. Site and structure requirements, we put front yard setbacks, rear, side yard, corner yard, for areas of public assembly for 1,000 feet. Alliance is pushing back on a lot of these things as well. In our solar and our wind, we put setbacks in there that are allowed to be, removed if the adjoining landowner agrees to it. And, I still believe that these are good setbacks, but I believe that the board will probably vote to take that amendment tomorrow. I'm sure, the setbacks in places of public assembly like schools and churches, things of that matter, I still feel are very important, even if it's, somebody who owns the land and is agreeable to it. But we'll see what happens with that. Moving through site and structure requirements, don't know if we need to go through all of those. It talks about the setbacks, population center setbacks, 2.5, and through those. Airport hazard area approval, for the areas that are considered hazard areas, deemed by the FAA, that there could be if the airport zone approved. If the airport zone, if a publicly controlled airport, which would be the Eastern Iowa Airport, approved, then they could, accommodate different, different hazard zone considerations. And I'm sure people here all know as well, hazard zones for airports look like this. They sort of rise in a V. For things like natural gas power plants, because of the stacks and what comes out of them, and that's what we make with the airplanes coming in, that their approaches. We're going to have people do an application requirement. In the application, they're gonna have to have a fee. They're gonna have to, part of that is with the IUC, they have to demonstrate notice with IUC that the approval process has been initiated. We need to have an economic development plan, and we're going to have a host community agreement. That's part of it, and we need to see their major site plan for the area. Noise standards, we established these noise standards within our area, and, one thing we've learned from a lot of the data that we received from going around the country and on data centers is there is two different types of noise that sound that needs to be measured. There's dBA and dBc, and both of those are very critical. Some people, especially from like the data center type of thing, have been getting out of their homes by noises that are like a low hum, a constant low hum. And within these two, that this is a good noise standard, we believe, to the best of our abilities. And they also have to do the test. We have to approve it, and we have to approve the results. Noise standards, avoidance, mitigation, of damages to public infrastructure, roadway conditions. That's probably, we'll work with them on a road use agreement, which we have with other major projects in the community. You can read these other things in there that are just normal with, construction of this magnitude. We looked at how our ordinance aligns with the comprehensive plan that we have for Lynn County. And we believe it does do so by the protections put in place by the setback, the noise, and the building plans moving forward. I think that's sort of the highlights, lowlights, all of the above. We just wanted to thank Fairfax for allowing me to speak here tonight about it. We want to be pro-growth in Lynn County and the unincorporated areas. We want to be a good partner with Fairfax moving forward on many different developments and community plans, fringe plans, agreements as well. And I believe that this does that, the best of my ability and the best of our ability to move forward. I didn't know if anybody had any questions. We've had our first reading already. We made a couple changes. We may have another change tomorrow. I'm not sure not. I'm dealing with setbacks to public areas of assembly with 1,000 feet. But I just want, I guess, the people of Fairfax to know that you all are and have been my priority during this process, and your quality of life and your economic considerations. I guess that's all I have. Do you have anything?
I have a couple of questions, Kristen. During your first reading yesterday, a couple of amendments were accepted. You mentioned the one about being able to review each case on a case-by-case basis in order to reduce potentially setback by 25%. The other one was regarding solid waste.
Yeah.
Could you talk about that just a little bit?
Yeah, well, Sammy could have probably done a better job than I. He has been having all of the meetings with solid waste agency. He's our lead supervisor on that. But what we have found is at the solid waste agency, we've had so much construction and quite a bit from the data centers over here right next to you all. And they're not doing a good job, or they can do a better job, I guess is the way I should phrase that, of sorting and figuring out what's recyclable and what's not. And so from now on, because we're sort of at this period of time where we are hyper-focused as a region, looking at the amount of years left in our landfill, we're asking a lot of the major building projects moving forward if they too will give us a waste management plan. And it's a very simple thing to ask, but it also brings attention to many of these large building projects that, I mean, if you get down to it, and whatever year it is that landfill closes, it's gonna cost us all a lot more money for waste disposal. And so I think it's, being good elected officials by trying to make that consideration on all these projects coming up, that we are holding people accountable for their waste. So that's why it was dropped in. I think was a great idea, and I think you're gonna see that at Lynn County or any other projects that we have moving forward.
Another question, this, ordinance applies to unincorporated areas. However, you mentioned in the application that there's a host community agreement.
Mhm.
What is that all about?
So we looked all over the country. We did a lot of research. We had a couple people in that meeting. I had to go to a couple different conferences where we looked at other communities and what places are doing when they have, for example, the nuclear plant. And other large projects, that they have something called a host community agreement. For the new plant, we have, and it's public information now, it's a $1.9 million host community agreement with an accelerator rate of 4% each year. For a really long time, Lynn County had provided services, emergency services for the nuclear plant, coordination between different first responding agencies. Our EMA has done a lot of work. We have to have certain requirements like showers, decontamination showers. I mean, that's just the beginning of it. We also, our public health department is very much participant in Dwayne Arnold and their activities, as well as our planning and development department. And a large section of that host community agreement is so this $1 trillion company is paying its fair share for our community, because we can no longer pay for those sorts of services. And I don't believe, it's not fair to make our residents pay for this $1 trillion very profitable company. And what they're doing there. So that was one example, the host community agreement, there is the ability, if they wanna go into an agreement with us, if they wanna put an application in, that we make it known and write it in some very legal, legalese that, it will not come from ratepayers. And that was really important to us, when Alliant came before the Lynn County Board of Supervisors. We had a lot of questions for them, but one thing I just wanted also to make it clear, we do not have authority over ratepayers, but I did want to let them know that we have a lot of people who are suffering with the rates that they do currently pay. There's a lot of concern in the area. They have a moratorium, quote unquote, on for a couple more years on raising rates. They did just raise our fees though, as a large consumer in Lynn County, and I asked a couple different ways and I got an answer. They do not believe that the natural gas power plant, which they told me is going to go to power the Cedar Rapids data centers, would cause the rates to increase around this area. And we worked with Dwayne Arnold to do a similar thing with them. Google has put money in, and they're the reason why Dwayne Arnold's coming back up online. They're gonna be buying all of their power, plus they're gonna need hundreds more megawatts on top of whatever the nuclear plant can provide. So that's long answer, sorry. I mean, to ramble here, but the host community agreement, I believe, will take into consideration financial impacts for the county, and we believe people should be paying their fair share.
The planning and zoning committee recommended moving the setback from 2.25 to 1. Do any Lynn County supervisors support that?
I do not believe so at this time.
So you kept it at the 2.25.
Yes, but we added in that if there was some kind of extreme situation, that they could come and back the board and ask for 25% reduction of the 2.25.
I asked that because I just did point-to-point distance measuring on the shaded areas, and with the exception of the northwest corner of 30 and Lynn Bend, all of them fall within the 2.25 mile radius.
We did measuring as well, and that's where they're gonna put the plant. The smokestack will be located 2.25 miles away from, and the closest neighborhood is the Fairfax neighborhood. That's, I can't remember what it's called. Arden Heights. So I have to ask somebody who lives there. It does fit within that.
Oh, is it from the existing houses, from the city corporate limits,
It's from the limit, it's that property line to the
from the
smokestack.
property line of the existing house, not from the city's corporate limits?
It is, it was drawn, I'm sorry, the city line that is defining the residential area around the Heartland Heights area to the smokestack was the 2.25 miles.
So the Hartland Heights, already platted area is the city's corporate limits. So does it impact just existing homes or does it impact future growth?
Future growth, I couldn't get that, it's how it is currently as the map says,
So it's existing.
yes.
So with that, can future growth occur within that setback distance or not?
Yes, you're allowed to do future growth, but you'll know that you are the ones who are, breaching the 2.25.
Significant impact.
Yeah.
Potential development.
You're able to get it.
Do you think it's economically in Fairfax's benefit for that plant to go up there? Considering, to Shane's point, you're destroying or severely hampering all residential growth in our huge Heartland Heights expansion.
This does not stop your growth there.
Yes, it does. People don't want to build a $600,000 house within sight of a power plant and be downwind of it.
I think those are the discussions moving forward that you're going to have to do. I did my best and, with the county board of supervisors to have a 2.25 setback. It's the largest in the country for a setback for natural gas power plant. We are not able to put the setback based upon pollution or any other factors other than, economic considerations of what's currently in place.
So just, I was trying to find a number in here. You mentioned something about 2 miles as far as the pollutants traveling.
2.22 miles, I received a list of the 5, top chemicals that come out. Most of them are around the 1 mile area, but there was one that is 2.22 miles that has a radius of impact.
Do you know who did that study?
It was an engineer and it came from Alliance.
As far as geographical location, if you're gonna look at north, south, east, or west, what would be the best place to put something in consideration to being next to a populated area? If you were to pick one.
I did see, so we can't base things off pollutants. I did see though a wind dispersion map, which looks like a circle where it has where the headwinds come in mostly. And it really was a circle. It was the entire circle. So it was, I know in summer months, we tend to have different wind patterns than other seasons. And so Alliant was talking about radius of impact, and so we use that as well. They used, that's why it's a radius for us as well.
Did you look at any studies that were not provided by business owner, that were more government backed studies?
Yeah, we looked at other things, we looked around the nation as well. and I'm more impartial here for the areas that I represent to do the best I can, and that was the best that I can do with the authority that, we have as Lynn County Board of Supervisors.
Any
It
other,
wasn't great, the circle wasn't great, the pattern of wind, it wasn't, it wasn't as easy as an east-west, north-south, it was all over the circle.
But I guess what was proposed here was changing zoning, correct?
What we proposed was having the 2.25. And, we were passing that, and then it was, advice given to us, as well to have the 25% consideration if the board approves that, but the main crutch of the ordinance before us was the 2.25 setback.
Is Lynn County gonna do their own study in terms of, pollutant dispersion based on here, similar to Alliance?
Lynn County Public Health, once, Alliant moves forward with their project, is the one who is in charge of air quality.
Right, and but you're not gonna reach out to them before that and ask them to do their own study?
We have reached out to public health, and based upon our authority, public health does their own process, monitoring air quality and the amounts of pollution in the air. In 2023, there was a law that was passed in the Iowa legislature that said that, no county Department of Public Health, which was a target for Lynn County and Polk County, could have any, air monitoring codes, laws, enforcement, or anything that was, more than what the state overall prescribed. So that's the situation that we're in with public health, and they're doing the best that they can as well to monitor under their authority.
Sorry to repeat something, but you said that you voted on the setbacks. But prior to that, what was Lynn County's zoning for having a power plant?
We didn't have one for natural gas power plant. We don't have one. We don't have a natural gas power plant in unincorporated Lynn County. And so we had to, make some rezoning changes. It is not a, I'm sure you guys do this as well. It's not a typical regular business development.
Right, but then when you said within your abilities, technically wasn't said no.
Yeah, there are places that have moratoriums.
Do you know what we would have, like say you're a habitual offender, and a lot of times the fine is less than they would just as soon violate than pay the fine. Then, you know what I mean? So if they get habitually fined,
And that's not under our authority,
that's all in county health.
state and DNR.
person I'm wondering, following up on Dan's question, he may be referring to this, EU2 exclusive use district. Is that like an overlay district that was created?
Yes, and we're amending what, I would say amending, adding under the, when the new plant came back, we also had to do rezoning for that. And so under that section is where we're adding the natural gas power plant, energy producing. I'd rather not have the natural gas power plant at all, but that's not necessarily an option for me, so, I did not believe that was gonna be the option moving forward. And so, I believe that I appreciate the other supervisors and their thought and their diligence working on this. And for them to be supportive of the 2.25 setback.
Just so I'm clear, so the county's in the process of revising your zoning ordinance,
Yes.
more than just the 2.25. Adding the gas power, for, all of that. But you're not making any zoning change on the land itself at this time, it's
No,
just your
right.
zoning
Yes.
ordinance.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate Cynthia. Her and I have been, we went back a long way, 17 years, Cynthia. Been sitting down in the office downstairs. I worked, I had a different previous job where I worked for a member of Congress. And that time overlapped with Cynthia and it was in a different building. And I'd have office hours for trying to promote that. And then poor Cynthia would be there, one of the few people talking with me. Because nobody else would show up, but we still have those, but, no, I, really do appreciate, you know, Mayor Buer and your city council, you guys have been going through a lot, you have a lot of growth moving forward, your community is constantly evolving. And it can be very hard at times, and I know to my core that all of you here either serving or, sitting here listening on is it a Tuesday night? That you all really want Fairfax to be a place where you can live, grow, raise your family. And I appreciate that. And I see that.
And Kirsten, I personally appreciate you keeping the best interest of Fairfax community in your mind and also commend the entire board of supervisors for being proactive in these quickly changing times that we're facing.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, I see a lot of, Mayor Buer going to everything is very, she works with the COGS, the ECOG, the MPO, the different state agencies. We have a lot of inter-community regional, meetings where we work together to the best of our abilities. And, your mayor has been a tireless champion for, the city of Fairfax. Just like the previous mayor who's also here tonight, which is nice to see you, Bernie. I think Fairfax has a lot going for it, and I'm proud to be helpful and, I'm fiercely territorial and protective as well, as I can be. And I don't know, that's all I got, I guess. Does anybody else have any other questions?
I just wanted to say, I attended a meeting yesterday and it was very evident to me that you care.
Thanks.
And it's not, you care about your constituents. You care about people. And to me, I felt that to the core. Because what we are all going through is not simple.
No.
And when you've got $1 trillion company that's breathing down your neck and wants this, that, and the other thing, it is a hard, long fight. And I wanted to appreciate you and the other board members and the staff that have taken the time to research and do that. Because this is important.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
So that's a good lead in to a possible way that
I
the
got
council could show, oh, Eric.
I got
okay.
something to, after reviewing this today, I know it's a sensitive topic, obviously, it affects everybody around, we have toxins around us everywhere. I'm at ADM, I mean, you can go anywhere, we have anhydrous tanks over here, that if that leaks, it could literally kill this town. Quite frankly, we train on that with hazmat. The thing that I feel is skipped here a little bit, although this is all information we need to take into consideration. Before we make a resolution, I don't feel like we should skip over P and Z. This was never presented to P and Z to view or look at. And, even under Iowa code, for 14.3 and for 14.6, it clearly states the governing body, meaning the council, chooses a zoning board to review and recommend things. So I don't want to jump into a knee-jerk reaction and more of a planned, methodical way. I think we need to review that through the P and Z first. So I kind of asked the council to pump the brakes a little bit and let's throw this in front of P and Z and then send it back up with some recommendations. That's all I have to say on that.
I have a question too. I think Kirsten said that they made amendments and they may be making more amendments. Why would the city of Fairfax consider supporting or not supporting an ordinance that's not in its final form yet? I mean, you don't even know what it's gonna read. You could say, I support this, and they could change it. You know, or you could say, I don't support it, and they could change it and make it better,
Right.
you know?
Does it matter the timeline that we do or don't do these things for you?
No, and it's actually not, it wouldn't be for me type of thing, you know. This is a natural gas power plant and I believe I was here in Fairfax Friday, we had a conversation. It does put out more pollution than just regular everyday things that we have around here, that's absolutely the case. And, you know, the P and Z, they differ with us often. We just did that for a, P and Z, passed something and gave different recommendations on there's very large housing unit, in Hiawatha. And there was one that didn't wanna have a, they didn't wanna have it rezoned so that a 14-bed memory care unit could be placed there. So there's oftentimes that we don't necessarily, go with exactly what P and Z, what they recommend. I mean, that's just part of the process.
But you don't skip the
You
step.
can hear it though. You can hear P and Z's recommendation, you do
Yeah,
not.
it did go through P and Z.
Right.
I understand, but P and Z is a recommendation board, it is not the
Right.
law of land, so
Right.
it's only fair to our council that they hear all avenues and all ideas, and I think skipping some of the processes is probably not setting a very good precedence either. So.
I don't think we skipped any part of the process.
No, he's talking about Fairfax.
Oh, if fair.
And I agree, that
Sure.
under normal circumstances, it should have gone to P and Z first, however, the timing of your readings
Yeah.
was such that we couldn't squeeze it
Yeah.
in before you did that.
And I'm not trying to put you all in any kind of spot, at all. I do very much value what Fairfax thinks. You know, if you all get together and everybody thinks, hey, you know, we only want it to be a mile outside of our city limits, I mean, listen to that as well. Alliant would really like that. They're pushing really hard on that. They're talking to a lot of people, a lot of different community members, a lot of different friends and partners that I have and others. And I understand that.
And we're currently, you know, on P and Z, we're currently looking at our flume map, our future land use map, and, going over our 2020 comp plan on a 5-year look back, so this falls right into what we're doing right now, so it's something I think that is an educated decision, that's the route we need to go first, and at least hear what those folks have to say, and they're experienced people, and council can take it for its worth at that point, but I do appreciate everything that you've presented tonight. It's a good read.
I can tell you though that we are going to push back on anything less than 2.25. Just because that whole development is supposed to go, I mean, I don't even know if Shane and those guys know about it yet. But that whole development was part of our plan to go that direction, and this pretty much. If I was a developer, I don't know if I would,
It doesn't even allow for the whole preliminary plat that they've already filed.
yeah, I mean, so we have their plats on file for all their future areas up there, and this pretty much ruins that. I don't even know if Bruce and Shane are aware of this. But
I have no interest in supporting the power plant there or being supportive of Lynn County's plans to support the building power plant, period. It's very convenient, you know, nothing against her, because I know she's limited in what she can do, but it's nice that the only community that's gonna get impacted is Fairfax, because we're southeast of where the plant is, where the wind blows 75% of the time, and ruin all future development of Heartland Heights all the way up to the corner of Morgan Valley and Morgan Bridge. Why the hell would I want a power plant there? To Dan's point, where would you build a power plant? North, south, east, or west? Well, you blow it to the opposite side of where the wind blows, which would be the southeast side, which is the exact opposite of where this is being projected to go.
But this ordinance, Kirsten, has not any specific locations tied to it, it's just a general countywide ordinance.
Yeah, this is the ordinance is. And Charlie has a map and I would think, brought here today of all the locations throughout the entire county where they could put a 2.25. Again,
But
I
you shared this.
do not,
Yeah, but
no, I know. And Alliant did not want us to share any of the maps at all. And, for different reasons, because they were working with landowners. And I'm sure you guys have heard of the rumors and have talked to some of the people who have land that are really close to Fairfax. That, Alliant was talking to, and they still be communicating with them. There's other development too, and, coming for different projects, and that's for a different day, but, I do wanna let you know that when we have major developers come and talk to us, and it looks like it's something that could impact Fairfax, I have them. I send them your way to the best of my ability.
But you haven't gone through zoning yet either, so this is the first steps and then
We
it'll,
went through P and Z, that's moved forward, and now we are on our, second consideration of 3 is going to be tomorrow, right? And then I believe third and final consideration is the following Monday.
So Kirsten, could you, update us after your third and final reading, so we know,
Of
how
course,
the ordinance comes out?
I don't know when they're gonna put an application in or not, they have suggested that they. Will do it sooner rather than later, but I don't know that for sure now. But thank you all, I don't mean to be doom and gloom here tonight, I appreciate you letting me speak here tonight, If you want to support it, that would be great. If not, I understand the concern, especially if you don't want it at all. I fall in line with that. But I think we all understand we have complicated, political considerations that we have to make and a few things we have to work in.
Did you vote yes or no?
And the ordinance, yes, the first, I did vote yes,
It was unanimous, correct?
yeah, so. And
So if we don't
set that
want it,
language,
so what you just said, if we don't want it, you fall in line, you wouldn't then.
I didn't say fall in line. Yeah. We all have political considerations. I know you guys kind of heard that from this for sure moving forward, and I am working to the best of my ability to keep a 2.25 setback in place.
Thank you, Kirsten.
Yeah, thanks. If anybody has any questions, I don't know, Joanne or Cynthia could share I think I've emailed several of you before. Mary Ann, I know for sure too, but, if anybody has any questions or concerns, or if they want to talk to the PNC director, public health director, any of that, I will make sure that those folks are available to the people of Fairfax, if you'd like. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna take off.
Okay, council. Is there any interest in considering a resolution this evening?
the one drafted says supportive. Are you interested in doing a resolution in opposition?
I would do opposition. I would say maybe tear down all those worthless solar panels by the new plant and build it there, since they're putting up all their, high voltage transmission lines. They can tear down those pieces of crap and put up the natural gas plant there. I'm sure Lynn County relayed all that already.
You know, I don't know if you want to support it or not support it. If you say you're not supporting, you could say the whole thing, or do you want to get as specific as saying the 2.25 to any current city limits, rather than where our residential neighborhood is? You know, I don't know if that makes a big enough difference. I'm just throwing out.
Convenient that the 2.25 that they're recommending just happens to be exact distance of, their, cooling towers. But I thought they were supposed to be putting in those radiator HVAC cooling towers. I think Brian and maybe Eric are familiar with what I'm referring to there.
You know, this and another proposal that we're aware of in that area and the runway have basically negated our annexation moratorium areas.
Yeah, that.
I mean, why did we even go through that process? It's crazy.
Or council, you could take no action and they can go on next week's P and Z agenda for coming.
Well, it's kind of one, to Cynthia's point, it's kind of one-sided, like, if you support it? It's not like a choice per se.
If there was any real resolution, it would be Fairfax is not in favor of any power plant development within the proposed area. Which is roughly Lindheim and east, or the Stallman, and then just south of 30 and north of Morning Valley.
And what they're voting on now is just their zoning code change, not to the
Yes,
property.
which also again conveniently adds a little thing, oh, it's 2.25 less, we change our mind and we get enough pressure. And then we'll reduce it by 25%.
Well, there currently isn't an ordinance, so you prefer no ordinance at all?
Ordinance, no, ordinance, we're up the river, so what does it matter?
Just asking.
It's not your fault.
So. We're taking any action or are we moving on? Like many other things.
Well, it doesn't really matter what we do here. I mean, it's more for our benefit than.
It's just feedback,
just
yeah.
feedback. So if we're gonna do that, then why don't we do opposition and then do 2.25 miles from our boundary, not from, from the city limits, not from the
Current
kind of
house.
thing is that from the last
How
house
fast
in
can
the.
Schrader build a house on?
Yeah, seriously.
Tomorrow. What's defined as a
The
house?
actual ordinance to see what the wording is on
That's
that.
what this is, isn't it? This is the overview and then it has actual.
You might be onto something, Mike.
Right.
Maybe we need to go put up some modular, I don't know, type
Does
homes.
a trailer count?
Saying.
We got
And
some
that's
states.
staff
speaking aloud.
report.
Yeah, that's what this is.
I wanna see what the word
Mouse is.
We haven't sent to pull up the staff report, which is the actual ordinance.
That's what's on the screen now, John.
Yeah, what the wording actually is,
Beyond to something.
to make sure that.
Well, you probably come up with a backhoe pretty quick, didn't you? It's separate.
British.
Scratch it.
right next to Dollar
I think probably where there's a line on the left there is amendments that they did or maybe things.
You're looking at
We just need tiny houses.
Tiny houses, a whole bunch of sheds over there.
It refers to it as
Slit trench.
2.25 mile
Mile setback from residential zoning within population centers reflects a conservative planning level buffer.
Residential zoning, are we zoned residential to the city limits?
I'd have to look at the map for that. I don't get things, so there's.
We just did
I don't think.
We just did addition.
Yeah, the blue homes show that, but not current.
I think future land use is residential to the northwest corner with, what is it called, highway commercial or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, but that's not zoned.
But that's your future lane.
Yep.
We'll just change the mileage.
Like, we'll change the percentage and whatever gets them the power plant there.
Okay, well, let's do something, because we do have a thing.
So I would do a resolution to impose it within 2.25 miles of the corporate limit, not current residential homes.
We should all know.
So how would that be worded? You're opposing the current ordinance, but would recommend the other thing?
I'm opposing the current ordinance as read at the first reading. That instead of having a 2.25 mile radius or distance from existing residential. Instead, the 2.25 mile is from the corporate boundary of the city. Which in this case would be the corner of Morgan Valley and Morgan Bridge. And again, you can do it on your phone, it's not hard. Every single point to point it from existing housing, which is basically the pond, just east of the pond. Everything is within 2.25, with the exception of right on the corner of,
30 and
Lindbergh and 30.
That applies to the south as well, so we go all the way down.
Tiny, but like, I don't even know how to get
Right.
a power plant in that little corner,
Yeah, so
you do the whole thing and it doesn't fit anywhere in this.
In the resolution, do you wanna say that the city is opposed to the amendment in general, but if they choose to proceed, at least we want this amendment, or do you wanna just say, we want this amendment going forward?
opposed to the amendment as stands, we'll do a reconsideration if the following is added. 2.25 from our corporate limit.
Corporate limit under, does that pretty much get rid of that entire location?
Yes.
Yes. I just have political considerations to think about. Sorry, James.
Okay.
And then do you want it referred to P and Z for their input, even though it'd be after the fact, it still gives them in the loop and.
I would like their feedback.
You got that down.
Their third reading is not until after the P and Z meets. Their third reading's not until next Wednesday,
Oh, I thought you said Monday.
or Wednesday.
The 18th is.
So P and Z can look at it at their meeting Tuesday night and offer additional recommendations.
So they're hoping everybody's too hungover from St. Patrick's Day.
So, just a little quick logistical thing. Council, if, when you vote on this, if it's, approved, in order to provide them feedback before their second reading, which is 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, we would need to get that to them, I guess.
So you're saying you want to waive the reading requirements?
No, I'm just saying,
It's just a resolution.
it's just something. I can work with Cynthia on that. We just need to email something probably to Kirsten really quickly.
Or to all of them,
Pardon?
to all of them, all of them, the vendors.
Well,
To all the people.
write it to all of them, but get it to her, so, okay. Got it. So somebody needs to make a Mike, you made the motion?
Yeah.
Second. So resolution, so I need a roll call, Cindy?
Read it back to me again, you're opposing the,
Opposing
the ordinance.
Okay.
Current ordinance.
the third ordinance. But if they change the amendment to read the 2.25 miles to corporate limits, then the city may reconsider.
Yes.
Probably should include in there, Cynthia, that the ordinance is PA 26-0002.
Yeah,
You'll figure that out,
Yeah.
okay.
This is where that was.
I did, what did Cindy say?
I said, if.
Oh,
We're going
aye.
for purpose of it.
Yes.
That's
Fine.
Yeah, basically.
literally
Okay.
halfway here.
Yeah.
Good discussion, council. All right. All right, next we have an insurance renewal to look at. Is Burley here tonight?
I don't think he was going to be able to. He had a family death sudden this week, so he didn't think he was going to make it. But he did include the quote. It doesn't have the cyber policy. They sent out a multi-page questionnaire and I sent it to our IT person. I haven't gotten it back from them yet, so that's why that is, but we would present that at your April meeting or maybe the 24th meeting if we have that clip back. This is the only quote. EMC declined the quote and Charlie wanted me to make the statement that he made to me is that even Provident was hesitant and we are lucky to have an insurance quote in front of us.
So this is Providence?
Yeah.
That doesn't
This is
say
the
that
same,
on the-
this is the same company.
That's who we're with, right?
Yeah, mm-hmm.
So you've got in the there's a sheet that shows what the,
Yeah, what the total is, it's the third column,
this, there,
179.21. without the cyber.
A little bit of an increase, but not extreme.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we added things, you know, we upped property values, we added equipment, you know, so the increase wasn't just all their cost increase, it was additional coverages too. He thought it was a really good number for us.
Yeah, I was surprised it wasn't increased more, actually, and it looks like our work comp. Experience modification is holding its own, yeah, so that's good.
Yeah.
Any questions for Cynthia on that, council? Not need a motion,
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Okay. Got an insurance renewal, that's effective March,
April 1,
April 1.
uh-huh.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, it was a resolution, so it needed.
Aye.
Oh,
I wrote down.
okay. She interpreted your. All right, next item number 10, resolution approving a final plat. Eric's gonna talk about all the work he's done on this with the residents. Okay.
All right, so we're looking to get this done. Everything document wise has been signed. The protective covenants was the last thing to be signed by both parties. That has been completed. That protective covenants states items like sewer repair, we go on each other's property to make said repairs. And including the water service. So, surveying's been completed, the final plat's been completed. I do have the originals and I do have copies. Mortgage, quick deeds, all of documents, that were submitted that you guys have been able to view are complete. So we're looking to get this resolution signed for these folks and, move on from there. So does anybody have any questions?
How many more are we gonna have coming after this?
Well, yeah, so there's already another party involved in starting, a lot of these are. Not the associations of multi-homes, it's more a duplex type setting going to a zero lot line, so. I do, like I said before, I think this is gonna be contagious, I think, insurance, in the world of insurance. It's changing the outlook on some people's views financially. So nothing really changes other than it's establishing pins or a dividing line on a lot or plot of land, showing a definite separation and a definite separation of tax base.
Eric's put a lot of work into this and a big investment, but hopefully that investment will pay off and he'll spend less time on the future ones.
Yeah, well, we had to iron some kinks out in the very beginning, it is uncharted territory, but, this river has been well traveled now, and the folks involved have been very patient, learning process for all, and, the next people are gonna reap the benefits of a quicker trial, if you will.
Any questions for Eric?
I appreciate the diligence and the homework and the patience of the property owners. Do that, so I'm going forward.
Yeah, Shane's been a great asset too. Obviously, that's the big uncle you can always ask a question to, so thank you, Shane.
You know, that should be made.
Uncle Shane.
All right, I'm ready to consider this resolution.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please, Diane. Aye. Frank.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The next item, I believe, is Eric's as well, number 11.
Yeah, so this is, if you guys remember, we talked about adding an R1 and an R2 to multifamily, increasing the density. And you remember me repeatedly saying this is not for everywhere, but there are zones, and the one that we are kind of looking at as an example is the Sheepsley First Edition. The last time this was at council, you asked for more renderings. I did bring up the same renderings, they should be attached. And that's my fault for not turning that around. High five, everybody.
Oh, I'm sure.
So if everybody tilts their head to the left, I think the next one goes to the right. Okay, now we're testing. Okay, so this is the commercial towards the end, and this would be at the intersecting road of Fairfax Road and Southview. This is an example of what you would want to look at as kind of a commercial condo buffer zone against a multifamily, which is right there that she's pulling up. Now, this is the example of a little bit more dense property that would fall in that R1 and R2. So I have done the research with other towns around, such as Ely and other small towns, a little bit bigger towns smaller than us. And actually, we're one of the few that are lacking in this department of an R1 and an R2 survival type of things we can use. So this is used primarily as adding more population on a denser piece of land. Currently, there is, I believe, don't quote me, like 9.3 acres over there, and we have went through P and Z on this. We've already heard one reading of this, and it's a great fit for that area, and maybe somewhere else in Fairfax, but not right now. Don't know, don't have anything else on the radar, but this gives the town a smarter way to grow and a controlled way to grow. And we're looking for a second and a third reading tonight would be great, because I think we need to get this in our plethora, if you will.
I know the renderings are hypothetical. Cynthia, can you pull up the one, the first picture again?
The commercial.
Oh, so. Just for, in my own head, the rendering potentially, the back of that, where, is that the railroad tracks?
Yes, so behind that particular picture would be the railroad tracks. So a proposed, say, entrance on Fairfax Road and also maybe Southview. It all depends on layout and stuff. We have kind of the same situation going on, for an example, on Eagle View, if any of you guys have driven back there. So it's already here. We're not really, I mean, it's kind of that way, but this allows for a little bit more store frontage potentially, or it allows for commercial condos rented out individually in a fiveplex. And then on the other side, if you would look to the left of that, if you could look down that of the camera, that's where that multifamily would be. And that would be that buffer between the residential homes that are already existing, and then this multifamily would go in, and I think it fits in there just nicely. So something like that would be great. I think it would be a good first step, or maybe, I don't want to say the last step of living. You could, grow into a home here in Fairfax, raise a family there if you wanted to, or if you wanted to downsize, don't need your big home, you could move there. So it gives us that opportunity. We do have multifamily all over this town, as we know. But we need to have a more complete zoning package for that.
And Eric, just like the Lincoln County ordinance, this is just changing the ordinance. This isn't making that zoning on any particular property.
This allows us to look at that potential. And this is a little bit more of a proactive approach on this. Just to have it, so we can talk about it and things can be presented and approved.
So the first reading's already been approved and nothing's changed since then, Eric, right?
No,
It's just providing additional visuals.
yeah, I mean, short of going to take pictures, I tried to take pictures of Ely's stuff and it just does not look good on a phone camera, I'm not gonna lie. I'm also a photographer.
We talking about the one across from the Legion?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of hard to get up. I already had some looks, but it was kind of funny. What are you doing? No one approached me, so everything was safe.
Has there been any public feedback or comment on this since we originally talked about it?
I haven't really received any, I know. A couple of people have expressed interest in it and like anxious to see what happens, not in a negative way, more in a positive way. None of those are throwing any plans or anything like that at me, so I got nothing else on the table there. I have not seen an official plan yet for any of this. So.
So this is a zoning ordinance change only, not a specific site.
I'm
So
fine
I
with this change allowing a little more apartment density, again, like I was just saying. We're not required to approve anything, it just allows it in the ordinance.
Eric, I should have asked you this week. Did you have a hearing with the first reading?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
There was.
that's already been, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was on or before the 13th of December. For January 13th. I don't think I have it wrote down. January.
So looking for a motion to approve the second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Aye.
Orders.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Next, we'll need a motion to suspend the rules requiring that it be voted on one more time.
Does anybody object if we just,
Pardon me?
does anybody object? The motion is suspended.
I need a second. Second. Roll call, please. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And finally, we need a motion for final passage and adoption.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please. Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Thank you, council. Next up, item number 12, feedback and guidance from the city council on your next steps for the library upgrade. Thank you for your patience, library board members.
Absolutely. Bruce Fulton, Library Board. Thanks for allowing us to talk about this tonight. In the February council meeting, as part of the budget process and capital planning process, the library upgrade was pulled out of the capital improvement plan. We would like to just spend a couple minutes tonight and talk about where we go from here. So determining next steps forward with this effort. We know we've had studies over the last 10 years, 2 different studies that have said we're woefully undersized as far as the size of the community, and also based on the patronage of the library. So we know we need to expand. It's just a question of what's the path forward, one of the best ways to do it. Just as sort of a clarification, we did it last month or 2 months ago when we presented this, but so the current design that we have, it's an overview, basically a concept. It's not an engineering design, it's a concept design. Has an estimated cost of 3.6 million to do it. This estimate includes 150,000 that we already invested in the parking lot that was purchased. It's in place there, so that was done last year. Current funds that are available right now that we have, these are, and I want to note, these are donated funds as $1 million. So we have $1 million in donated funds at this point that could be used. Funding that's been discussed, but it's not actually committed, is a potential 500,000 from the foundation. That's as matching funds, which essentially says we would get that 500,000 if we can raise another 500,000, so they would match that. So that obviously there's nothing guaranteed about any of that. We really want to determine our next steps. We'd like to work with you to clarify that. We have some proposals for next steps, and we'd like to lay those out and talk about those quickly. I know it's been a long meeting so far, so I'm trying to be succinct with this. We'll immediately begin gathering evidence of community support, so we're doing that. We've got a petition that we started just a few days ago, and we've got about 70 signatures on it. It's just a start. So we will do that and certainly, get the evidence, before we propose to do anything, that there's a significant, community support for this. We request that the library expansion be put back into the 2 to 5 year, capital improvement plan. I know that's sort of cosmetic, and that what's important is the 1 year plan, because that's what we're actually doing, but, we would like put there just to, as a sign of city, at least confidence that we're still working on this. It isn't off the map. So we'd like it to be put back in. We're asking that. We would like to work with, our already designated library liaison, which I believe is Deb, to adjust the design. I know I heard feedback. I wasn't at the last council meeting, but we heard the feedback. I watched it as far as not, liking the concept that we had. We did send in your packet a picture of the current concept. It's also, for those in the back here, it's right back here. We'd like to work with the liaison with Deb as her being the contact for the council, but let's alter that design. If there's something different we want to do, let's work on that. As part of that, then we're asking for council to approve to use, some of the local option sales tax and loss funds, already budgeted for this effort in fiscal 2026, to alter that design, to adjust that as needed, so that we get it in line with, what people really want to see. If this isn't what they want to see, then let's get to what they'd like to see. And we'd also like to request that, council add to lost funds in, fiscal 2027 budget to engage a firm to help us with, fundraising. Because we know that, I heard the feedback that there's not a lot of funds to be had. There's a lot of debt. There's a lot of things that we're investing in Fairfax. So I understand it's just not a blank check to say we're going to go, upgrade the library. So fundraising will be a big thing. So, excuse me. So anyway, that's what we, our proposed steps. We'd like to get your feedback, get your buy-in as far as steps going forward, because we want to continue forward, but we know we need to do something. And we just need your support to figure out how we can walk forward with this.
Thank you, Bruce. I just want to clear up, I have always been the library proponent. I did not see this rendering. So yes, the first one I saw, I did not like at all. It didn't fit with the downtown. It didn't seem to match with the library. I see that there's been some changes put on it. I'm more in favor of that. And I know that there's inside of this, it's just a concept. It's like all the other things that we proposed are commercial condos, those types of things that we've done as well. And I do understand that the petition, has lots of signatures on it.
It's just a start.
Yeah,
We need
it's just
a
a
lot more
start.
than that.
If there are anyone here that is, in favor of, showing your support, please sign the petition, because I'm a reader. I love the hard copy books, and I do want to see something happen. And I would definitely, propose putting it on the 2 to 3 or the 2 to 5 CIP, because it is a city function. It is a city thing that sometimes, gets by the wayside, and I think it's important. And that was just my thoughts on that right away.
I'm not sure where the 50,000 came from, but I think we talked it last week, it was $25,000 in lost funds.
Okay.
You had in here and there a possible $500,000 matching if the library foundation can get 500,000, is that regardless of where that 500,000 comes from? So like.
Right. If the city kicked in 500,000, then that would be matched, and they would kick in, yes.
Because again, I know it's a rendering, it's just a concept, but do we need $25,000 to say to someone, hey, reduce glass by 90% and you're already halfway there, I'm cutting down the cost. I could almost build 2 bathrooms for $500,000. Alright, that's a part joke. That's okay, I was saying.
I guess I would propose maybe not to exceed or something, and
Like we talked about last week is design. Go to them with the lost funds, 25,000, say, this is kind of roughly what we have conceptually.
Right.
Designed it within a $2 million budget. That gives you an opportunity to do fundraising to help increase, you know, the matching fund from whatever the foundation is that's offering up to the 500. And the city might be willing to help get across the finish line with that 2 million. I think with, like we talked about last month, you know, I just pulled out the CIP here a little bit ago. The amount of stuff that's coming down the line that are major required things is why I am not interested in spending, you know, 3.6 to 4 on a library.
Right.
You know, if you get 1.5 million of it, and then a little bit extra from extra funding, I think the council would be open to getting across that. But I think the major flaw, and we've been saying this the whole time since it's been 24, 23, that you went and you got an idea without giving them a budget, and that's what kind of created this mess. I'm saying, here's the budget, 2 million, go to them and say, design me a $2 million annex to this library.
That's fair feedback. I would present another scenario, I guess, to the side of that is, so I certainly, we certainly understand the budget limitations in the, we all know, I mean, especially as seems like I've been to a lot of council meetings, so I've listened to a lot of the conversations. We know the constraints in that, so I understand that. So, we're not committing to anything in the city, but if, let's say it's a committee that the city committed to, you know, potentially $500,000. When the library was built originally back in 1991, so 34 years ago, it was all done with private funds. So if we were able to get more private funds, you know, that would allow us potentially, you know, to go a little bit more, I guess is what I'm saying. One of the things, the factors that we used in getting to this high level estimate really, because it is really just a high up design. It's not an engineering type, you know, all down to the nuts and bolts of it, but was the fact that the recommendation was the size that we needed as far as how big we needed to get to. We certainly can, I think, reel it in as far as the cost. I'm sure there's ways to do that. Obviously there is. But you know, I think there's a balance there. If we were able to get, let's say, you know, another 500,000 beyond that, well, then does that get us to 2.5? I mean, if we were to get that from private funds somewhere, you know, someone donated, because there's those potentials, and that's all I'm saying. I'm just accepting the city's not going to go all in to do, to do 1.6 million. I hear that feedback and understand that, so. That's where I'm getting at. And you don't have to determine that today. I'm just throwing that scenario out to say.
I would basically say something along the lines of set a budget for 2 million. If you can get $1 million in extra funding or 1.5 million, then that eliminates the cities need to contribute everything. And then you can go back to the developer and say, you know, put a bunch of funky crap in front of it, you know, and a statue of, you know, whatever. But I think going to them with a hard budget, if you can go over that through donations, great, but I would set a hard cap. For whichever firm you go to has to help with their redesign.
But you're gonna have overruns no matter what, like what is the normal, Shane, what is that? You should normally budget 10 to 20.
Yeah, 10 to 15%.
At least,
Right.
and so if you're going 2 million, you need to have that, you need to have the 15%.
Yeah.
On top of that to cover whatever comes up one way or the other. It's just normal.
Sure.
And I think that some more guidance would be function over form, you know, and again, I know it's a concept, but you look at like some of these windows are, you know, I used to call it the glass cube. I don't want poor Kathy on 15-foot, you know, ladder, getting up there every day, getting those smears and dust off, you know, people squeegee, you know. There's a maintenance side of the things, because, you know, you said it was built back in 1991, I think the day after is when they started having maintenance problems with it, and I don't wanna repeat a lot of those mistakes by choosing form over function.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since we visited their original presentation and all their ideas. But it seems to me like they were totally moving all the major.
That, yeah, we talked about that.
Plumbing.
Put it in the
Yeah.
Right.
And that's a huge expense
Right.
that if you can,
Keep it where it is.
yeah, if you can kind of work around some of those things, I think that would give you tremendous amount of money to maybe do some other things with.
Right, no, that's fair feedback, and I definitely will go back. What I do want to share is that we're gonna continue though, if we can move forward with these steps and get a design that, you know, is amenable to, you know, everyone that everyone likes, you know, to try and get private, you know, more private donations, you know, whatever we can get, we will do that, so, yeah, certainly we can go back and work. We will go back, and work with, the current architect, I would say, to start with, because we've already sunk, you know, the money into, you know, what they've done, and see if they'll work with us to adjust. I mean, that would be our start. I don't know if Shane has any different feedback than that. That would be our, you know, maybe best first starting place, if they'll work with us, is to say, okay, how can we adjust it?
Sorry, you asked where the 50,000 numbers came. Last year in budget, we said that 50,000 would come out of lost into their savings account, be transferred to start to build up money towards the project. So you've already committed in this fiscal year, 50,000 to go towards this project. So if we do the transfer like normal, and then when we do this budget amendment that I'll be talking about later in May, then you can set for them to actually spend 25,000 of that out of the amount that's been transferred.
That's what I was getting at, is
Yeah.
basically limiting the funds for a redesign, if for some reason it were to exceed that, then they can come back.
Yeah, and then they're asking for 25,000 in the new fiscal year to help fundraise. Right?
Yeah, that's correct, Cynthia, thank you, because we do feel like fundraising is going to be a big thing, private fundraising is going to be a big thing. I heard you, and I see that clearly, that, you know, we need to get private.
And that 25 they're asking for is to help hire the firm to help with fundraising, is that to what you were
Yeah.
bringing up earlier?
And is 25 the number, or is it less, or?
It's an ask, it's just,
It's an ask.
it's just an ask, we don't know, we've not reached out to anybody, we wanted to have this conversation first, so there's no reason to reach out to somebody if that's not a kind of agreed upon next step.
I'm in the minority in this room, because I actually thought the design's perfectly fine, to be honest, but. Ignoring what can and can't be done in a single or 2 fiscal years, like the overall cost of the library is. Not my concern, mine's more the first bullet of your proposal about gathering community support. Why did you start the petition now versus starting it a year ago?
I guess I would step back to, we're learning through this process, yes, looking back, that would have been a great idea. Can't go back, but yes, that would have been a great idea to do that. We realize that that's a critical component right now. One of the things, the rationale why we didn't do that, and again, looking back, we should have done it that way, was we did not want to individually go out to people to start asking for donations and things based on feedback we got from some of the free consulting that we had around how do you fundraise. You get the major donors first, you get the foundation and you get the city, and so you get a major part of the funding already in place to say, yes, we can do it, you know, a commitment to that. And then you go out and start going door to door and saying, hey, would you be interested in supporting this, you know? But you're right, yeah, in that, yes, we should have just get the fundraising part of it, we should have just went out and did a petition. So yes, if we could go back and do it, I think that would have been a great idea, but there's no time like now to just get going with that.
And you said you had 70 signatures?
Yeah, we just started a couple of days ago, so yeah, and we're not gonna do the, as much as Deb tried to talk us into it, we're not gonna go door to door all around the neighborhood. Sorry, check a little finger. She did not try to talk us into that.
And in the conversations you're having with people, is it more, are you in support of a library expansion, or are you in support of a $3.6 million?
It's not the money, it's are you in support of the library expansion, what are your thoughts? Do you use the library, those kind of things, but it's are you in support, the general question is, are you in support of the library expansion? And I think we can figure out the dollars once, to Mike's point, can we do it within 2 million? and all that stuff. We don't wanna throw a number out to people because, you know, right now, especially it's tax time, if I was to go door to door and say, are you, interested in us spending 3.6 million on something? Most people are gonna say no.
But isn't that the feedback you want?
Wouldn't that be fair to the people? It's easy to say, hey, do you like a library expansion? Yeah, and
Well-
but then you say the cost, like, well, second thought, maybe
Yeah.
not so much.
Yeah, well, I mean, but it depends on where it comes from, like I said, if, if it's coming from private, large donors, Joe average taxpayer, that's a negotiable amount, I guess, so. And that's where we don't wanna get into the dollars and cents, so if we were to go to, around and say, would you be interested if the city kicked in 500,000, which there's no commitment to do that yet. Because we're not saying the city's gonna kick in 3.6 million. That's all a discussion point, so that's why it makes it complicated to ask people. Because to ask would be like, are you interested in the taxpayers paying 3.6 million for on this, when in fact, we already have $1 million of donated funds, so it just gets. First thing is, do people even support it? I mean, that's a question, I mean, had a pretty positive, response.
And I would say that I had people who came in to sign the petition who asked, what's the amount we'll have to give to have our name on the outside? So obviously there is interest in donating.
Yeah,
Bruce, if you hire a professional fundraiser, what role will the foundation play in the future?
it will be, probably, we have to talk about that, but I would say working with the foundation, so we'd be partnering with the foundation too. Because the foundation is the one that really should be raising money, privately, and that's who, has been having the conversations with the, private foundation, who's gonna do the matching funds, so it's not the library board, we haven't been having conversations about fundraising, our focus isn't on fundraising, it's on the stuff that you appointed us to do. That's not fundraising. Any other questions? If you're okay with it, we'll work with Deb, to engage, is that, and come back with the potential of using up to 25,000, is that what we're hearing, or do we, I'm not sure if you need something official at this point, or what would you?
Are we gonna do that? Budget.
During budget. Yeah, Bruce, I heard you ask for two things. One, that it goes back on the CIP, but in the 2 to 5 year range instead of the 1 year.
Right,
That's one
that's
ask.
one thing, yes.
And the other ask is up to $25,000 for a professional fundraiser. Is that, am I hearing you right?
Well, it's actually three things, so, 25,000 for adjusting the design.
Right,
And then 25,000 for fundraising,
Okay.
so yeah, it's actually three things that we're asking.
okay, just clarifying it for the council.
I'm fine with the 25 for redesign. And 25 for the burn. I don't know if it'd be warranted to put it on the CIP yet, because we're talking numbers, but we don't really have a number. Or we put 500 on there as our upper limit.
So can I say, just I guess a procedural method, procedural question? So let's say that we get this year, we get the design amenable to what the, council agrees with, and we get to it, is it, so next November, when we start working on the, capital, improvement plan, can we propose? Put it on the 1 year?
Yeah, just because, the CIP is just a generic pie in the sky, just because it's not on the just because it's not on the 2 to 5 year, doesn't mean it can't be put on the 1 year.
Yeah, that would be the.
There's lots of examples where we didn't anticipate something and it's immediately put
That makes sense.
on the next year's CIP, so there's no limitation.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, the main thing is that we come in agreement with you partnering to say this is what we want to do, and agreement with what the city wants to, invest in it. So yeah, that's more important than whether it's on this piece of paper or not, but
Other than perception,
yeah, it's perception, but I'm not.
the city's, look,
They can watch the YouTube video and see the perception that we're.
Yeah.
On and supporting.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'm in favor of putting it back on the CIP for the 2 to 5 as well.
so is anybody entertaining a motion on any of these things currently, and then follow through at the budget discussion.
It just says feedback from.
Yeah, I think we're.
Yeah, we're actually, there's a motion, yeah, not.
No motion.
It's not on.
Well, if that's possible, motion, but, oh no, I'm on the wrong one, sorry, okay.
So do you have any other additional questions that you?
I'll wait for your, I know you're gonna do budget discussions and that will make sure that the money's available, but then we'll work with Deb if you're, if she's our liaison for the library and talk about, engaging OPM we look at this and say, how can we pare this down? And we don't need any motion to that, it's just looking for your nods and your feedback, that's all.
Yes, Bruce.
All right,
All
I
right.
appreciate it, thank you very much for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bruce.
Okay. That'll take us to item number 13, which is our annual re-upping with the Lynn County Sheriff's Department with a 28E agreement. So
Their new rate for fiscal 27 is $48 an hour. And for several years now, you have contracted for 18 hours a week,
what was the old rate, refresh my memory?
45. 45 I think is the current here. They went up 3.
Any questions on that, council?
Motion. Second.
Roll call please, Marianne.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Moving on to item number 14, we've got some Parks Department quotes for uniforms and shirts. So,
Cynthia, you got that? There we go. So, I went through and, got some other quotes for, baseball, softball, t-ball shirts, hats, that sort of thing. You can see the differences up there. MH Advertising is who we've been using for, I can't even tell you how long, as long as I've been involved with it. That's what we've been using. And, he's always treated us pretty good. One of the things that Mike, who runs MH Advertising, always did for us, he always ordered extra stock at his cost and had them in inventory if I ever needed ones or twosies. I could call him and within a day I'd have them. Cotton Gallery has checked that box off. If you're familiar with Cotton Gallery, they actually stock, I can't even tell you how many dollars of inventory that they stock, and anytime I would need anything, I'd be able to call up and get it. The biggest difference for me right now though is, Cotton Gallery's about 17% lower, on the bid for 2026 versus MH Advertising. The other box that they checked off for me was delivering the product to us, which Mike does. That saves us a lot of time and a lot of angst trying to get that product in. However, our salesperson at Cotton Gallery, I found out, lives in Stony Point. And so he's right here. If there's anything I need delivered, he'll be able to get that delivered to us. The last one, Wilson, that's Pete Wilson, he works for Locker Room. There was only certain things that he would even bid. He didn't want to mess around with the t-shirts. And then there was a third one, County Line didn't bid at all. So those are the 2 bids that I have. My recommendation, is as much as I hate to not do business with somebody that I've done business with for a long time, is to move to Cotton Gallery. 17% savings in the uniform. And I think we've got the rest of the stuff kind of checked off the box. It's really kind of a no-brainer. Save money.
any questions for Joe?
I just, let everybody know, because you don't know. In our purchasing policy, things like this, we're only required to get quotes once a year. And so then he can order for whatever team or whatever t-shirt needs going forward for a year, and then he'll re-quote in this next spring.
And that the bill for the shirts and all of our uniforms don't come in all at once. It's not like it's a $10,000 bill. It comes in as we need them and as we order them. So, very rarely will we ever even see a invoice over $4,000, but we'll have several $2,000 invoices, $2,500, $1,800. So
I'm not familiar with the whole sports programs, I don't have kids in it, but what, like if a kid comes in and he wants to play T-ball, what is his charge for his shirt or his hat or?
his registration fee is $40. And that's not just his shirt and his hat, that's the registration fee for being in the program. T-ball and, coach pitch, that also flag football, that also includes the snack, at the end of the game. We used to have the parents pay for that. We raised the fee 2 years ago by $5, so it covers the snack too. So that's that. I have a whole different spreadsheet that shows, based off of what we order and what we charge, we net out about $7 per kid that plays. So
I'm not ready for that, I just wanted to know what the,
You can volunteer and be a coach.
I did that one time, until my granddaughter gets old enough, that's not gonna happen at the moment.
And also, I would just state that this is based off of what we bought last year. That doesn't mean this is what we'll buy this year, or any year. That number fluctuates up and down, but you compare year to year for the two of them, that's the savings of 17%.
I'm gonna assume because we're a municipality, we can't allow MH advertising a chance to price match, because it's bidding.
Right,
That is correct.
I didn't think so.
We would not allow that.
Right.
So we need a motion, yes. Cotton Gallery.
Second,
All in favor?
I,
Aye.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Next, item number 15. We also have another ongoing 20E agreement, this time with, DOT, Brian.
Yeah, this is they sent out a new agreement, was last done right after the highway was done 5 years ago, so 2021. It's basically just states what, who's responsible for certain things. I don't think it was anything online, exactly word for word for the previous one. And I assume we should go ahead and, my recommendation is to accept it as it is.
and they're set up to last for 5 years.
Yep, it's for another 5 years.
And you said nothing changed from the prior agreement.
Nope, it's word for word.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please, Cindy.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Moving on to item number 16, special possible motion concerning Everbridge, which is an alert system, correct? So, yeah.
Right, we use Nixle currently, and, come on, mouse. City of Ely, arranged it, and Mount Vernon, and us, and Ely. And Center Point, currently participate, and, they're suggesting that we move to Everbridge, and, all of the other communities, I believe, have agreed to make that change. And, it's worked out well for us. We use it a lot. Residents can sign up through, their widgets, and, we find it very useful.
What are the limitations?
Well, we don't use all of the, possibilities. You can do messages within a geographical area, but we haven't ever done that. And you can do an advisory or an emergency. All of ours we put out as an advisory. And we just send to everybody. And it's really based on the feedback and the number of messages sent and stuff of the cities, we use it the most. And, I think the residents really appreciate it. If garbage is delayed or snow emergencies, other various things, but.
Can it be used for any other kind of notifications, or does it have to be emergency related?
What, I don't know which one.
I don't know, like, the splash pad's not working today.
Oh, yeah, yes,
So we can.
yeah, well, we've done other kinds of things.
Other things.
Yeah.
Flushing, we use it for that.
Yeah, hydrant flushing,
What areas we're gonna be in, so those areas know.
garage sale maps are ready, that kind of stuff.
What was
Just
just
not
paying
limited.
for Nixle? What was our fee? What were we paying? For the old system?
Well, that would have been good to know, right?
Well,
I forget. Um,
It's just not like this is expensive.
no, it's very in line, very
Because we're
close.
sharing with the other communities. the
Yeah.
Cost of it.
Yeah,
And so,
So we no longer would do that one at all, that would completely go.
this would replace it.
Would we citizens, residents have to re-sign up for?
I assume so, yeah, we haven't gotten down to that detail yet, but it's a new software, I assume, yes.
Then that would there be overlaps or Nick's out thing could say, hey, now we're going to this, you need to sign up to this?
Last mix will be alert, be like, click on this link to sign up.
Yeah, that's right.
And certainly we put it in our newsletter and stuff, yeah, I mean, they're not gonna be operating at the same time.
Right, but I mean, like, if there's that overlap, we are going to this.
Sure.
On this date.
Yeah.
You will receive an email with a link to sign up or.
No, go to our website, click on the widget like.
Whatever the language is.
Yeah. Okay,
Probably put out a nixle for that before you do it.
that's what you.
That's what I.
We could have 6 months of overlap and people would still be like, I didn't know this.
Yeah,
was-
exactly, that's where I was going. No one told me.
I kind of like the regional, alert aspects of it. And for example, the West Cemetery Road project, things that happen there really just affect people that are using that area. People and.
But you don't know who's gonna be driving through the area,
If they had a water line break on a certain street, they could just tell
Yeah.
those people.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next up, hiring committee for the public works positions, there was 2 of them. That were unfilled. Have a recommendation. Does council have any questions for the hiring committee? I have one, that council asked first. My only question was, Tegan has been with us for a while in a part-time position and, has applied for full-time and recommended. Was there any discussion on the hiring committee regarding, him reporting to his father?
Yes, we did discuss that, not extensively, but it was definitely brought up. Situations, how would you handle things like that? They don't work together too frequently, they're very cognizant of being in the same space at the same time, with the recognition that would be alerted to any potential problems that would arise. At least that's that how you.
Yeah.
Brian.
We asked, I'm kind of the one that brought it up, we asked if both of them are comfortable with it, whether it be, favoritism or being
The other way.
correct.
Cause I remember Leif, or there's people saying that Kevin was harder on Leif than he was
Right.
anybody else.
Yeah, and they both were comfortable with it and, stated that even though Brian now is head of the entire operations, or before it was Lynn and Brian. That most of the time, if Tegan would go out on a job, Brian's not on that job, he's doing other things. It's one of the other maintenance employees that are there working right alongside him.
And I can also attest to that too, I have actually worked with both of them, in that setting, I don't think you would guess that it's a father-son situation. I think they're both great people, and I'll tell you right now, Tegan did a wonderful job interviewing. And also working with him, and his work demeanor is great, and when he works part-time, he's at 28 hours? So he's adding 12 more hours to it. I don't foresee this being a problem whatsoever, that's why that was decision for recommendation, I believe.
The other, discussion topic, because Tegan is in a part-time position now, will be to full-time potentially. I asked Brian if at some point he felt that he needed another part-time person. That's something that we would need to look at.
And he can hit the ground running. He already knows his way around. So,
And you had a total of 5 applicants?
We interviewed 5, yeah.
we had good applicants.
Okay, council, what do you think?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So then the next item is related, although there's additional things on there, this is an updated, compensation resolution.
Yeah.
That also includes some of the
Parks
people.
and the library, Deb noticed had never been, updated on a payroll resolution, so that's updated as of January 1. And then the new employees, and, Scott's April 6th, that's what he thinks his start date is. He will look, solidify that with us, but, and then all the March 1 for the parks. Part-time.
So moved.
Second,
Need a roll call, please, Cindy?
I
Abstain.
I abstain.
aye.
Aye.
You have to split people up this time.
I never thought about that. That was close.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about that. Okay. Very good. Move on, speaking of abstaining, we'll move on number 19, resolution to approve pay app, number 4 for Boomerang. Jane's gonna talk to us about the next couple of years.
Yep, so this pay application is, just, working through some materials, that were installed on the project in the fall. Since we had some downtime, we just wanted to get them cleaned up so they weren't carried over into the spring where. Any questions with it?
So that's pay apps for 31,082,84.
Correct.
Rocking dirt. That's what it was for.
Rocking dirt.
Rocking dirt.
Knocking dirt.
Anybody gonna make a motion?
Second,
Roll call, please, Cindy.
Aye.
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 Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Move on, number 20. Another pay application. This is number 6 from Peak for the Heartland Heights restrooms and pavilion project.
Yep, so this is for, general services, some electrical work and a little bit from the, change order 1, which I think was the door locks. And the total amount of $5,068.25.
So,
Questions, council?
second.
Second, roll call. Okay, roll call, please, Brian.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Number 21, resolution for form of contract for the 2026 sanitary sewer rehab.
So this is, the phase 2 of the sanitary sewer, lining and point repair project. And, we're planning to put it out for competitive quotes. And we just want to get up in front of it, so if the quote's coming good and the council approves it, then form of contract is already approved. It's pretty much the standard contract that we use for construction projects. Just so you're aware, we're the the engineer's estimate for the base project is $188,872. That includes, I think 4 lines plus 1 point repair. And we have an alternate bid item, bids coming good. For 1 pipe section for around $27,703.
And we have already bonded for phase 1 and phase 2. So we already have the money on hand. So look up the amount.
I think it's 225,000 was the entire bond.
Right. Right now we have 248,552 available. Some left over from phase one.
What number did you say it was, Cynthia?
Oh,
Shit. 48, okay.
248.5 maybe?
So Shane, this is what the contract will look like, we just need a name to put on it, is that what you're saying?
Well, we don't have a name yet, it's gonna go out for.
No, that's what I mean, yeah,
It's just the form.
It's just the forming contract.
right,
Usually when it goes out for public bids, we put out, approvals, we have a public hearing, but since we're doing competitive votes, we don't go through that process, so.
okay, so a little bit different than normal. Also, has any questions? Not the motion,
Motion.
Second.
roll call please, Marion.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item number 22. Concerning improvement on Williams Boulevard near Southview, Brian's gonna talk about what's going on there.
So I think I hope I did a fair review how to explain it. It's just come up since the last Friday afternoon, we had a meeting with, QTS, I think the representative from Pelling. And three of us, me, Eric and Joanne, they were talking about the project and what they had planned going on, and then, threw out some ideas on what, if we wanted to continue with the project and do anything on our own part above and beyond what they were gonna do. And, I guess that's what I put in there for description of, so one of the options was adding or repairing a culvert, or the culvert does have a problem. Before they did their, seal coat treatment earlier, in 2025. Right before they did that, we went out there and did a little look through, walkthrough, and there was a hole in the middle of the road. Right above the culvert, so the culvert's failing. And so we put some stuff in there to bridge over it, and they sealed over the top of it to get by for now. So they did, kind of reminded me that that's what had happened, and, kind of said, maybe you guys wanna think about fixing that before we go too far. If you guys wanna fix it, then we'll figure out how to fix it, and then we can asphalt to the other edge of what you fix, and we can call it good. If you guys wanna go farther, that's up to you. So then, we talked about going to the railroad tracks, on the south side, the slopes allow for it to be an easy upgrade, so to speak. They could overlay it and almost match perfectly to the railroad tracks that are there now. Once you go on the north side of the railroad tracks, it jumps up quickly, and therefore, putting another 8 inches of asphalt on top would not be, a good idea. The heights and everything are gonna be different. They recommended removing the whole thing and then getting back to the grade that it needs to be. So I presented the options of what I guessed was information to go. We were supposed to discuss it tonight, see if we had any interest in doing anything. And then we can quickly try to get some numbers before, probably the March, option for the meeting, that we could discuss it further.
The special.
The special, yes. My guesstimate for the, south side was basically taking what they told me they were gonna spend and divided it by the number of feet. And I just GIS however many feet it was, and that's the number I come up with. I assume it's gonna be a better number than that, but
And what was the number you came up
I
with?
think it was between 80 and 90,000. So I don't know, I guess I would say up to 100 at the most, but if you thought that that was something you wanted to pursue, we would need to get a hold of Trandic, talk to them about what we gotta do with any permits or anything like that, and let Ellen know, I get a better number. By doing it with them during this project, we can save mobilization fees, all the signage that's gonna be in place during the shutdown, flaggers, and all the stuff that's related to it. They're basically just gonna put asphalt harder. to the end, so
So this goes from the intersection north to those tracks,
to the crank
correct? It
tracks.
just goes that way, just that.
Yeah.
So it's from that intersection up, that's
Well,
Yeah,
just for this item though.
so they're gonna, yeah, so the,
just that.
yeah, the culvert part was, there's either, they gave me a, yeah, he gave me a rough number over the meeting for 12. I did some pricing on it, we're in the 5 for us to do it, we can do it. Going farther, he's like, well, if they wanted that, we could replace the culvert, come through, they'll asphalt past where we disturbed and stop. And then they're gonna go off of each side of Southview to slope it in. So there's gonna be a big square in that area. Otherwise, they could just continue through on that straight north and just go to the tracks if we are willing to go do that and pay for that portion of it. And then after that, then it was another option if we wanted to go north. And I'm just guessing that we're 300,000 for that one, just by doubling what that cost was, so.
So backing up for a minute, Brian, remind the council why this is gonna be asphalted at all, because it's not part of the original QTS development agreement.
Well, no, it was not part of the agreement, we asked for it, we ended up getting seal coat, and the seal coat is failing. It failed shortly after they started, they come back late fall because they were not gonna be able to, they were talking about doing this last fall. And that ran out of time with, the other stuff that they had to do that was more important. And, so they were revisiting it first thing in the spring. And so they did a lot of discussion with the county and worked out a lot of the stuff. So basically it was presenting what they, come up with. So the tree trimming was at the county that I had mentioned was, part of their idea. And, there's another culvert like 400 feet to the south. It's identical to the one we had the problem with. He said they're gonna take that out, do a complete replacement and just put regular culvert back in, but it's gonna be wider to allow for the slopes off the side of the road and such, so. Yeah, the thing is to help with the traffic, to the data centers going forward for a few years, but. It will stay when it's done.
Their project starts at Lafayette Road and comes up to Southview.
Yes.
That's what they're redoing.
Yes, that is the current project as it stands. We'll go through the Southview intersection a few feet or so. And then depending on if we decide we want to stop where our culvert is at, they'll go whatever, 10, 15 feet further to whatever it takes to cover that part of it and make that right. And they can stop, or we can, look into going further and have them go to the tracks. We just save whatever the mobilization fees, and if we had to have somebody come back and do it later. So,
So it won't cost the city anything to start at Lefty Beer and go all the way up to the intersection, but anything after that.
correct, it'd just be the culvert, which I think we're gonna do that anyway, because I got the money now to do that, so it only just makes sense for them to go through and still be only minimum charge for that, but then whether you guys feel interested in trying to go the rest of the way, we'll pursue it or not.
Brian, do you see a problem, us doing the culvert, coordinating, being in their work area, you know, with, instead of their contractor?
I don't think so, because in that area, they're not really gonna do too much. It's really the only thing they can be doing is the 400 feet south of there is the other culvert that Pierce Tobin's gonna be doing. And then yet even farther down to the south is where the tree trimming's going. And other than that, my understanding is just a little bit of ditch grading here and there that they said that they take care of. So no, once they shut it down, that'd be the time to do it. And then we can get in there at the same time they're doing it and have our part done when they're ready to come through. And then how far they go is to be determined here.
Ryan, on the railroad tracks out there.
Yep.
There's a huge divot being created and daily it gets beat up. The trucks going south. And you're gonna end up coming out there and having to fix that in the future if you don't take care of it. Now, and it gets, the trucks that fly over that thing are just beating crap out of it.
Yep, yeah, because they're bouncing down on it, and every time they bounce down on it, after it starts getting warm, especially now that the frost is coming out, they're gonna start forcing it down as they keep going down and push out, and that's just seal coat.
If they go beyond the culvert to the railroad, and we have 100,000 costs. Are they paying their contract is with the contractor, they're paying it and then billing us our share?
I am assuming so. We can work out that detail.
We discussed, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that detail, but I'm sure that's probably how it would be.
Usually Colin would send you the bill.
Yeah, I think that's how it would be.
And are they doing it before June 30th?
Yes.
Okay.
It's due to be, so they're incorporating it. There's another project down at Wright Brothers in 151. They are going to, the Krandig has already set up to repair the railroad tracks there. And then they're supposed to repave that intersection. So, when we talked about detour, we're trying to see if they'll, set a detour all the way down to Wright Brothers and then come back in, go east and then come back in left here instead of trying to cut through town. So he's like, yeah, we can do that. It's just, we gotta try and line up. I gotta find out when the Krandig's gonna do their thing, because once they decide, it's gonna have to be done to open that back up. And they didn't wanna get both projects at the same time, but he also said it thought 3 weeks would probably cover our project area, so. They were gonna find out some more details, but not have them line up at the same time. So we didn't have that problem.
And did you say earlier that we had to get a permit from the railroad?
Possibly.
Because,
Gotta look and see.
I know that it's the Union Pacific, the other place, and this is a Crandon.
Yeah.
But you say permit with the railroad, I think of 2 years.
Yeah.
The
On a good
Krandig's
day.
they're usually like,
Yeah, if that's the route we're thinking of going, I was gonna reach out to them tomorrow and see what all needs to be done, if anything, because we're not gonna interfere with the actual thing, but we're gonna be within the 25 feet of the tracks, which I
you'd
know
have
is
to have a flagger, your family guide, you need it.
perfect. Perfect,
They're gonna have to redo the trains for 5K,
okay.
or old trains.
I would say if we do end up doing that, you probably need to talk to someone at Pelican to make sure that they do something substantial right by the track area. I mean, they can design that heavier, so it doesn't push and shove right away.
Yeah, if I can mention that, absolutely.
I need to coordinate flyers, see if they do that.
Yeah, he was telling me they were gonna have flaggers anyway when they paved through Southview, but he said that was only gonna be a temporary thing. They're gonna have railroad flaggers, that's what we'll have to find out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you would have to have
yeah,
those.
yeah, so yeah, whatever that needs to be coordinated with that, and that's why we'll get a better estimate for the special meeting then, so we can have more solid numbers, but if you didn't even wanna think about it, then we just won't go any further.
And the reason I suggested that this could be added to that second special on the 24th is they want to do the project in April, May.
Yeah, but they might start first of April.
Brian and I looked at available funds. In your packet is a updated local option sales tax report. Taking out the amphitheater, which we said we were gonna move to whenever the next complex upgrade was. That leaves currently in the current budget, 241,304 unassigned and lost. That is still maintaining the $100,000 reserve balance that we like to do. So there's money there. And then also road use currently has 435,000, almost 436,000. So there's money either place. I would just need to know which money you want to use so that we can work it into the budget amendment that we'll be doing in this spring, but.
So
I,
what you need from the council tonight, Brian, is.
if you're, yeah, well, unless you wanna take the money and do it all, but, my recommendation was just go to the railroad tracks. After that, it gets pretty expensive.
I don't think you wanna mess with the DOT right away and all
I
that
don't-
shenanigans.
I mean, we can deal with that some other time, but my thinking is if you ever do that, you either do it more permanent concrete or something like that. But there was always the concept idea of a roundabout in that area, and if that came about, then that intersection would go. I just repeat what I saw. So, but, yeah, if you
So,
guys are.
I would
interested-
say we'd like to get better numbers,
That's fine.
actual numbers.
Better numbers to the railroad
And
track.
I think I'd be more inclined to use it, if we've got that much in road use, I think I'd like to take that out of
Do you want to
road
use
use.
all road use or split it or?
Well, it's, if we take it out of road, I don't think, we don't have anything else that we'd be like really needing road use for, would we? I mean, it wasn't budget wise.
Well, it could be just on your other projects, if you need to be Fair Street or something like that, they come up, but.
So that would, I mean, if we're talking 100 grand, that's still leadership free.
So you could have a drag.
I just hate to spend lost if we've got that money sitting there, because then lost we could use anywhere, we can't use the road.
Right.
use.
And if you use the 100,000 out of that 435, and then you have something else road related come up.
We can always
you
use lost.
Yeah.
But you can't go the other
Right,
direction.
you can't.
So a lot more details,
Pursue details for the 24th and
older,
see what you need to do with the railroad.
yeah, that's fine, maybe they'll throw monkey in the wrench or something, who knows, but we'll look,
Okay,
thank you.
Don't go away.
We'll go ahead.
okay. Moving on to item number 23. Discussion possible motion about speeding on Church Street, Lynn Street, Fairfax Road, East Southview. Brian and I have talked about this. I very frequently get complaints from residents that live on Church Street and elsewhere about speed violations.
They start at 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm just gonna tell you. And it just gets worse.
And trucks going where they shouldn't be going and all kinds of things. So Brian's got all these
I don't.
possible solutions to
Yeah,
the problem.
I mean, I don't know what we really wanna do, I know I don't like the speed bumps and speed bumps just for the purpose of the, maintenance vehicles and whatnot. And fire trucks, cause those are the worst of them all, they're the lowest ones, but, unfortunately with the fire trucks, you can't, really train somebody because they're not around to pay attention to that stuff. I mean, you can keep telling them whatnot, but trying to go over a speed bump when the call comes out, a lot of times they're not thinking of that, so you bounce over and get problems underneath the truck, so. My thought is just, whatever we can do to have visual enforcement is, I don't know if it's gonna, I mean, if we start putting speed bumps in, the only way to really slow them down is to put them every 100 yards, so that they're gonna get tired and want to go that way. But then I don't think any of the residents are gonna want to do that either, so.
How many did we put up on Vanderbilt when third route 151 was being done?
One. I believe we put one, but then we put the stop signs in at the bank, which have stayed. And the railroad tracks made you slow down. So I think that's where we were at with that. We also put one at Southview at the same time because of that.
Did we have portable ones?
Yeah,
We had temporary ones that were given to us, but each one of those, when we did put them in, they moved around and more or less destroyed the street underneath it. So we were constantly re-anchoring them down because they move around, they were really thick rubber, so as you drive over them, they'd flex and move. And then all the anchors started wobbling around in the holes, and then they would pop out, and so we'd have to re-anchor them in different spots. And then when we actually did pull it up, and you got all the rock and everything that was destroyed underneath it, so then shortly after that, we had to have them come in and reseal coat it, because it was that bad. So that was another reason why I was not really recommending doing that. The permanent ones are permanent ones. You don't have to worry about them moving, but then they're there.
And the stop sign options that you were talking
The
about.
stop sign options, that's another option. So at the corner of, Church and Fairfax, we could put, two-way stop signs there. So you have to stop before you go around the bend. We could also put, three-way stop signs at, Lynn Street and Fairfax Road, so all three sides would have to stop. So essentially, if you're going down Church Street, you gotta stop twice before you get out to Lefevere.
Cause we don't want the traffic to redirect over to Lynn
No,
based off of what changed.
yeah, so that'd be the next thing. So you start putting it up on one street, then they'll move to the other street. And then, one of the other complaints was they're, not stopping at the stop signs. There's nothing we can really do about that, other than have somebody sit there, so if you put more stop signs, there are gonna be more stop signs, they're gonna roll through. To make that time.
Well, with stop sign, they typically speed up,
Yeah, speed up in between, so.
increase speed by adding stop sign.
And so I've already, we had some money, so I'm already working on getting another, radar speed sign with display to put up on Third Street. I guess that's the only one left, because Southview's got one, Lynn Street's got one, so do one on Church Street as well. And then all those are able to be moved around, so if it becomes not a problem, we can move them around to other areas of town and start using them for other reasons, so.
You'll get data off those.
We do. We do, yeah, we download the data, send it to,
Just move them around sometimes, see where the areas are.
we've been doing that, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, we've had it down Front Street, a few times, we've had it, out of Hartland, for a while, we've had it in a few other places around town, so. But yeah, it retains a month's worth of data, tells you about about how many cars to go through at certain times of the day, and the speeds, and the top speeds, and 97's the best.
Speed limit signs posted on,
Yeah, it is with the speed limit on it.
It's right about it.
So it's the speed limit's on it with the cameras and the
but I mean,
radar.
we have regular signs
Yeah.
posted.
Yeah, every single one of them
They
has
said
extra.
go through there all the time, I guess, I don't even notice. it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
Which one's the
I
highest
just drive
concentration
past stuff.
of
Speed.
traffic, yeah, speed, what do you think right now?
we haven't downloaded the Lynn Street one, but I'm pretty sure it's Southview. Because, I'm hearing, been hearing from a few people that I know that are working out at the data center that they want you to go follow it around, and some people are taking it the, shortcut, so to speak.
Yeah.
And, they're seeing that as they go, they're getting ahead of them, so that's what's going on. I don't know what else to do, I mean, some of the other things that we did was, one lane road, or, no through traffic signs, and put it down to one lane, but eventually they're gonna figure that out, and they're gonna keep going, so.
I know you're not a big fan of temporary, but do we wanna put a couple temporary on Southview? If that's the biggest offender,
Temporary what?
Talk to,
temporary speed bumps.
have we talked to, what's his name, Colson?
Yeah, I requested focus patrol on Church and Fairfax Road.
Yeah, we did, Lake downloaded the data and then made up a chart thing for them to.
Gave it to them.
Yeah, so that they know the times when it's the highest volume, the highest amount of offenders, and where it was located, so hopefully that they would.
If they issued tickets, that would slow them down for a little
That's
while.
absolutely right.
I'm looking for somewhere, if Southview is the highest area for offending. Then my other question would be, how often are maintenance vehicles and city trucks going down?
Less than downtown.
Cause I'm assuming it's the data center people are the problem,
Mhm.
and if they're using primarily Southview, I would say put up a couple of speed humps on Southview. Because the flip side being that we'll see the lowest amount of maintenance vehicles and emergency vehicles. I mean, you can't really say where emergency can go, but it's a low probability, I guess you could say, on Southview.
I haven't received any complaints from Southview people, but I do get a lot from Church Street.
I'm telling you, it's like a racetrack.
I know they're.
Seriously,
they're
don't
not
send them alarm
confining
meetings,
themselves.
no.
Truck traffic
I
then.
can tell you what time it is because of the traffic.
Really?
Thanks.
Um,
What did you say Wayland Vanderbilt, was it a bump or?
Temporary speed bump.
Yeah, it was,
Was it closer to?
it was kind of like a speed hump, cause they were each section.
They're like
probably
rubber,
6 foot
rubber
wide.
mats that you put together and roll down.
Right, yeah, about where the concrete ended
Yeah.
and the seal coat started.
Yeah.
Is in that general area.
They
Cause that
just
was the
don't-
only route in through town.
They're not meant to be attached on top of seal coat.
No,
So you would normally put them on a hard pavement
Right.
that wouldn't allow for them to be wiggling around underneath there, so that's half the problem.
yeah, cause we've got totally different anchors that were much longer to put in there. So
They're it's just not stable enough
Yeah.
for that.
if you drilled them in regular hard asphalt or concrete, it would be better, they wouldn't move around, but that's not saying it was still moving, so.
And the heavy trucks are probably gonna be much worse than just a normal car driving over.
Yes, it's gonna do what it's gonna do. I'd have to look at the stuff that we have there and see if it's, for some reason, I wanna say it wasn't the best. Going forward after it got used, it was used up pretty good when we got it. Whether we can do that or we get something else new to do something.
Do we have any cold mix left?
No, I know where to get some, but
I was saying, you know,
I
it
mean,
doesn't take much to build your little hump,
no.
and then
I
you
mean,
can
if
tear it
that's-
out with a snowplow blade or a skid loader later.
Well, that's
Just
an easy way to
saying.
get rid of it too. So if that's the route you want,
That's cheap and easy, and it could be done
if we don't,
the
yeah,
next couple of days.
yeah.
You just wanna do some asphalt humps?
And hope they
Just
stay.
saying. He could, well, if they're not gonna be permanent anyway, you just gotta put them there long enough to slow them down, and they might stay fairly well anyway.
Mhm. And then I assume you too.
It's not like you're gonna spend a ton of money doing this, but my point.
You'd have to make sure we have signage too to tell people that they're there, so they're
Yeah.
not surprised by it.
Yeah.
Or we don't tell them and then they.
Well, that's the pay-per-view camera that we wanna set up to harness money for the city.
So years ago, we had speed hump on Fairfax Road, but we removed it,
And we just never put it back.
Cause again, some residents on Church are gonna be expecting something in their area to change, hopefully after this discussion.
Yeah, well, I'll have the radar sign, hopefully that'll help do
Okay.
something, otherwise if we have more.
We could see how successful the speed humps are in Southie and then add one to Church and Lynn.
Cause otherwise they're just gonna go this way. They'll either go that way then, or they'll come more of them, they'll just stop going up Southview and they'll find, you know.
Or we can concentrate, we can get the deputies to concentrate in that area.
Do some enforcement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rank the tickets, they'll just.
Yeah.
Warning.
Yeah.
If we can get them to do that,
Yeah, if you can't tell them what to do, just make a suggestion.
yeah.
I would definitely like to see one of
I was just gonna say,
speed trap thing.
for people on patrol, they're called away to a call, then they're taken away from there.
Yeah, it's just whatever you guys. can do.
Whatever it could, you know, when
Yeah,
you come to town,
Anything
check all the
to,
areas.
even visibility would probably do something.
Now, if you guys were serious and wanted to pay more money, kinda like why I'm here, you can stick someone out there for a period of time, it's right, it takes constantly, and they just stay there. Because that's what Cedar Rapids is doing, they're paying an extra job out there on Edgewood. So there's 2 or 3 of them, they just stay out there the whole day, do traffic.
Can I get information on that?
Which if we can do just that, but if we add more
Can you
hours,
send
just
me how I-
more,
how I
then they
get that
can
done?
use it anywhere they want.
Right.
So you have to hire someone just to do.
So,
Even if you're just adding more hours to town time, that's still, the guy's still gonna move.
Yeah, that's right.
so we could pay for specific
Yeah, so.
Specific patrol.
or longer, cause we've already
So-
requested
So
focus, but
like this is an extra job,
that would
so
be an
it's,
extra
so
job.
it's paid out differently.
So we could
Right.
request to do a.
Just like our
specific job.
meeting, extra
Just
jobs,
meetings,
yeah.
yeah. That'd probably be money well spent.
Well, it's, yeah, talk to the guy in charge. But
Right.
You,
That was that, are you volunteering?
like, for this right here, it's, oh, like I say, it's. Okay. It's about 70 something. So, a possibility, if you talk to the guy who runs the second
Yeah,
job.
it's pretty similar to this, I'm.
Is Nathan still in charge of the patrol?
He's,
No,
He retired, okay.
yeah, I've got the new name.
Okay.
I can tell you, it's not Sunday. Sunday is the quietest day.
Okay,
No, Brian, I would like to see the flat design on Church Street for a while and see how that helps. It is, and then my other question is on Southview headed north. Yeah, or on 76 where the intersection meets, there's not a stop sign for them there, right? There's one on Southview. But not on 76 where it transitions 2 points.
Right through there, it's not, no. I don't know if we wanna do that.
I'm just, what,
The only reason I'm thinking is they get backed up in there almost instantly anyway. So, the south view, east and west stops, but so that they can keep going through and getting off the highway, that's already, I have no problem with this, but somewhere else later there, or earlier, there was a letter about that, so. We're surprised as the fire department, so why we haven't seen an accident there yet. It's been off the highway, but
I literally turned my blinker on at the greenhouse to get to my house.
the last time we plowed snow, I went into town to do a little bit of sand and I come up over the viaduct and we were backed up to the top of the viaduct and luckily I wasn't going too fast, that I was able to get stopped, but I wasn't expecting them there. And it's still dark. So,
Okay, so Brian, you're saying you can put a radar sign on church or
church,
church?
well, I assume that's where you want it, somewhere down by the Ball Diamond area, or I don't care where you want to put it. If you think they're coming in faster from the other way, we can put it on Fairfax Road.
So there's already a speed hump on church.
Right.
there, so maybe
But it was whether we needed farther back up by Reynolds, up by,
I
so.
hear you, so-
There's quite a distance between.
Yeah, they kind of fly. Right before you get to Ron's.
So, yeah, it's whether we put it up that way farther or Fairfax.
We can move it.
You can test it.
Yeah,
See what.
we can let it go for a week or two and then move it in a week or two and we
Okay.
can stay there for as long as we need it to stay.
And the temporary speed humps, would,
We can figure something else out for that, it's not a big deal.
okay, and explore the possibility of paying for focused.
And you can get
Ticket writing.
the data from the speed signs to the focus deputy.
Got it.
I'll get Liv to get more of that data for ASAP if you're gonna start something soon, but otherwise we'll just have it and then, and we can have that information for next meeting if you want, or whatever. So,
I would like to see if I found it for court.
okay. Do that.
24, okay. Anything else for Brian on that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item number 24. Safe park position has been posted.
I can give you an update. So the ad Indeed's gonna run through Thursday, as I said, it's early next week. Corridor Careers, I think it's to the end of March. Of course, our websites, whenever we choose to take it down, and the league, it's whenever we choose to take it down. So far, we've received 2 applications from Iowa city clerks, both in smaller towns. One that, another applicant has municipal experience in Colorado. 8 or 10 other have other government office like, Department of Corrections, Federal Department of Energy, a county, not really applicable, but in a government setting. And then we have probably over 60 that have no government office experience. And 2 completely in Spanish.
Well, bilingual would be helpful, but not.
So anyway, that's where we're at.
So we didn't designate a hiring committee when we last talked about that. So we're not ready to start interviews, but we might as well designate who's gonna be on the committee.
I volunteer.
I think we need 2 council people this time. And then myself and Cynthia and probably department head,
Brian?
Brian.
Or I can,
Whatever, don't matter.
All right, so myself, Cynthia, Cindy, Deb, and Brian, unless he hands off to everyone. Okay, thank you. I don't know if we need a motion for that or whether it's just guidance.
I don't think we need a motion, but if you wanna make a motion.
That's okay. All right. Number 25, discussion of possible motion concerning the soliciting legal advice policy and possible consequences. Who's gonna talk about this?
I wanna know why the policies are being followed.
I would tell you it's because no one was here So,
Well, I don't think the policy says unless there's limited people, I think the policy says.
so, okay, so that being said, it's a good, that's why I said we should probably talk about it then, because, so it says you're supposed to have 4 people, and we didn't have a clerk here, and we didn't have an admin here. So if we need to reach out to the attorney, what are we supposed to do? And we didn't take that into account, because who could foresee those situations happening? Because normally I would say, you know, that should not be the case, but it was the case. And we can't just not reach out to the attorney when it's important. So what are we
What
supposed
was
to do?
important that needed to be, reaching out to.
Well, again, because we don't have an HR department and Cynthia wasn't here and she acts as our HR person. So when we had questions about, for example, Chris's, I don't know what we can talk about, I can't talk about it. But when we have certain questions, who are we supposed to ask or who are we supposed to talk to if Cynthia's not here and the admin's not?
I've been back a month and I haven't received any requests to approve contacting the attorney.
And I believe the policy says it can be brought to the city council as well.
But are we gonna call a special council meeting every time we wanna contact the attorney? Other things that fell into this is we've had several public information requests that weren't being followed through with because of the absence of one of our staff members. So that ended up in the attorney's hands.
Yes, how do we handle that if we can't get? If he's supposed to do that and he's not here, who does that, or how do we meet that requirement?
And this occurred during Cynthia's absence.
Um,
A multitudes of things. If you look through the bill, there was a variety of things. One of the minor
I
things
talked to him
even
about
was
the investigation stuff, so that.
Mary Ann was involved. Eric had a minor thing in there, about one of the nuisance situations. Now Eric didn't ask for anybody's permission, but it was very appropriate for him to do that. You went to court, right?
Yeah, I went there, but it was a continuation of an ongoing case prior to me starting my position, and I just had to take over that role. It was already started, it's still going.
So that would be my question is, how do you want that handled? If we've just had a meeting and we're not gonna have another meeting for a month, and we have something that needs to go to the attorney for whatever reason, do you want us to call a special meeting then, if we don't have enough people to meet the requirements of our ordinance?
It's a resolution, not an ordinance.
Well,
But,
you know,
here's an example. FMLA request, that was after I was back. I have handled all of them for the city for 16 years. Was not asked if I could handle it, was not asked if we should contact the attorney about it. It just went to the attorney.
Because the attorney is pretty much handling anything regarding our current city administrator, just to keep everything.
Well, that's a judgment call.
Right.
I mean, there were 3 of us here.
But Mary Ann's very well aware of that's the whole situation.
That's what my question is. So you're not asking.
But the point is the policy's in place and 3 of the 4 people are present that you can reach out to them.
And it's not being done.
well, we can certainly do that moving forward, but she wasn't here for a long time, and so we were
Again,
handling what needed to be handled. Trust me, I'm not calling him to chat. So, and I don't like spending all my time doing that either, but.
And I don't like large attorney bills either,
No.
but I think it's part of my responsibility to try to protect the city as much as possible from legal liability. So, yes, this just points out the awkward nature of and cumbersome nature of her current procedure. And I'll repeat, I'm not aware of any other community in the area or even Iowa that doesn't allow just the mayor to make that contact.
But, so whenever Joanne would contact Brian about anything, she always carbon copied me, and that started as soon as Cynthia was gone. And the same thing, if I have to reach out As long as it's not related to the investigation that was including her. Because Cynthia wasn't here. Now, I wasn't aware, I guess, really didn't think about exactly when she came, depending on what the situation was. So it's not intentionally that I'm not including, it appears like that, it's not. But
So where things stand now is the attorney is still working on things that were started before. And since.
yeah, and so that brings up something else. If there's something that the attorney says is confidential, does that also get routed to everyone?
I think there's a difference between initially asking for legal advice and continuation. It would be one thing to say, we need to reach out to the lawyer about X. You get 3, 4 people to approve. After that initial agreement, if it's continuation of that subject, you don't need to go
Right,
extra
sure.
time before you send it.
Right. Right.
So on some of the
Because
things you're bringing up,
some of those things were confidential, so.
and those are all continuations, I suppose.
Everything's a continuation at this point. Hopefully, we don't have any new things. But it is,
And I would just like to point out that in the public information request, you know, that everybody was supposed to bring their things to City Hall, some did not. Some didn't turn in anything.
Excuse me, she's meaning me. I specifically took it to the attorney. He has it.
Yeah, I didn't know who took them to the attorney,
You're
so I
saying
wasn't specifically talking about you. The attorney told me to took it to their place. But I know some of the people didn't turn in anything, so I was addressing the whole issue. The attorney looked through the things and pulled out some things that he had to determine whether they were attorney-client privilege, which is fine. I would just like to make this statement that if it's attorney-client privilege, that the entire council should see that. It's the city that's the client, not the mayor.
alright,
And I don't believe the entire council is seeing all of the attorney's input.
And I can honestly tell you, because a lot of that stuff he's telling us it's confidential and we should.
It's confidential to the council, not to staff. The city is,
I would think we would need to clarify that because of the situation. I think he's telling us that we can't talk about that.
you can't talk about it outside of you, but the elected officials of the city are their client.
If he's telling me it's confidential and I can't share it, I'm not gonna share it without him telling me that I can.
Well,
So
he should be sharing it to all the elected officials.
That's not what he's talking.
You're the elected representatives of the city, and the city is his client. So I think that needs to be clarified.
I'm just saying, if he's telling me I'm not to share, I'm not sharing.
Yeah.
So, but so there's issues with this. And we didn't know until we got in, till like, we couldn't foresee that she was gonna be gone, that Chris is going to be gone. So we're just trying to navigate the mess.
I personally feel like the mayor has the right to contact the attorney, whether she contacts 3 or 4 other people or not. She knows what's going on. She's trying to protect the city. She's not calling for whatever reason. So I think it's just asinine that you're just going over and over and over this stuff. I really just think it's dumb. Any other city doesn't have that. And y'all did that December 29th to try and pass before there was a new council. Quickly had a special meeting to do that.
Oh, no, we had a special because she vetoed it, not because we were doing it before.
But you could have waited until January when the new council came in to see if we agreed. but
Because
boy,
we
you
were
got it
always
right
seeing a
away.
bunch of dubious things on the November, we don't have to, we can act when we
Well,
want.
I don't agree with any of that. Y'all tried to push it through right away just to make sure that you could do whatever.
So the
Bother
council
the mayor.
believed that the legal fees were piling up and that there wasn't a valid use for contacting a lawyer in several situations, so we acted. You don't have to wait for the new council. Just like if you got voted out for some reason and you wanted to do something before you were out, you don't have to wait. You don't have to say, I have to wait till the next. That's not how it works. You don't have to wait for the new council if you think it's important enough to act on. And it gets vetoed, you can have a special to override
Without
that veto.
getting into all the stuff as to why there was a bunch of legal, we all know why there was a bunch
I'm not
of legal.
talking about the month of January.
I'm just saying.
so.
How do you wanna do this moving forward if something happens in a similar situation? I'm like, so now Cynthia's here, so we'll ensure that in every new, whatever, something new comes up that we.
Go back, we'll have 3 people who still.
And so I'm
likely won't
assuming
have the 4th.
2 out of the 3 have to approve it,
I would think so. I mean, that was the intent of the
because it
resolution.
doesn't
It's a
say that in
majority.
the
It
ordinance.
says 3 out of 4.
Right, but even the previous draft was 2
And
out of
if you
3.
have
I think
2
the intent is always the majority of who's available.
and they don't agree, then what happens? We have to come to council?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, so, I mean, there was just a lot of variables that we didn't.
Right. Okay,
And I think it's really important if you're going to go down this path to make sure that any of those discussions happens before the attorney is contacted.
Mhm.
That's what the policy was in place
Right.
for, because there's
But
some
it also
things-
didn't happen.
okay.
And I agree with Mary Ann, if an attorney is telling you this is confidential, it doesn't go anywhere until that attorney says you can take it somewhere else, regardless of your position in government or in life or in anything else. So I fully support you in that. If you're being told that, if
Well,
you
he
said
tells
you
me
can
that.
do this,
He's my
then you
attorney.
can.
I think you need to clarify that. It's just what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you were wrong. I'm just saying, I think you need to be sure you
Well, and then if we
understand that.
discuss it, does it have to be in a closed session, what do you know, those kinds of things.
Those are the details that need to be found,
So again, there's still some outstanding items the attorney is working on, so I would anticipate that February's still and March will still be healthy. But I haven't heard anything about any new items. We'll see. Okay. So we'll try to go back to what the resolution calls for.
I don't think we need to try, I think.
No, I
need
we
to do.
will, to the best of our
And
ability.
I think, and the second part of it is, you know. And this would be a question probably for Cindy, she'd know better. What are the consequences for avoiding policy? And not just this, any policy or resolution.
Well, we've discussed it at staff level. If we didn't follow the purchasing policy, what would happen to us? Something would happen to us. Whether we be written up or fired. There's all sorts of policies that staff follow because they're in place.
So do we have written policy that says do we have written policy that says if you break policy, this is what would happen?
In our personnel policy, it
Applies to employees, though.
So does it apply to council?
You and I are not employees.
No, but I'm saying.
according to the IRS, you are.
Technically, we are because
Well,
we
we get paid.
we get
I don't-
paid.
I don't know if there's legally anything you can do to council or the mayor. Say, but
That, I guess that's my question, is do you
say
have?
what you want, but
We can't buy.
So the goal is do it according to the way the policy is written. Don't do it otherwise unless the policy changes.
No, I think that individual violators can be impeached or thrown out by a majority council vote or to judicial proceedings, but I'd have to.
Yeah.
But that's a big mess that I'm not.
I believe somewhere there's something from the attorney that says that that's not a thing, you cannot.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that
I'm
either.
pretty sure I saw something somewhere that said that you can't do that. Because we're elected and we're not.
If you move out of town, you can be thrown off, maybe a felony conviction, but
I
not.
think we had an issue where a council person neglected to come to meeting.
I think if you,
And
at a
we,
state level, if you miss so many meetings, maybe there's something.
We
I don't think so.
were, so it was one of those things that they resigned because they were not coming to meetings and we were trying to figure out how we could get rid of them. So they just resigned instead.
Okay.
Anyway, some of their
I think-
regretful.
Okay. We'll follow the policy to the best of our ability, and then get a roadblock, we'll call a special meeting, I guess. Okay. Number 26. Highway 151 80th Street intersection design discussion. Anne, are you leading the discussion on this? What would you like to do?
yes. So in guess item 26 now. 26, there's a few attachments, including a PDF presentation I put together. I was grabbing back, so I mean, I don't need to hide anything. I mean, you guys obviously know I'm passionate about a roundabout at that intersection. But I think in the conversations that have come up about it, I feel like we're ignoring some local and national studies about roundabouts versus lights versus stop signs. There's been a couple of emails recently, I believe they're both from MPO individuals, that the questions they ask or the way that they're framing their email make it seem like they're questioning a light versus going with a roundabout.
They wanna see the data.
Yeah, so they're not gonna consider our funding application until they see that, correct?
No,
Well,
that's not.
oh, go ahead.
They wanna see the
So the
cost.
TAC committee, so the TAC is the Transportation Technical Advisory Committee to the NPO. Board. So. The TAC. Feels that it should be roundabout for safety purposes. But if the city wants it to be traffic signals and turn lanes, they would like to see. Benefit analysis done. To justify which one. Would be the better alternative. Since they've been putting, you know, public dollars into that, you know. NPO dollars into the project. And they would like, you know, consider traffic accidents. Cost of traffic accidents, things like that, as well as just, you know. The upfront costs to disrupt it, long-term costs for traffic signals and so forth. But. If the council does nothing, just leaves the application as is, it'll still go on to the policy board for the MPO for consideration for funding for this round of applications. They'll also take into consider tax recommendation, but it will still be considered. It's not been pulled from the MPO's consideration. So there is, does it impact how the MPO policy board decides on this matter? Yes, it may. But even if the TAC made a recommendation to approve it, the project may still not be funded. And there's a lot of things that goes in that consideration.
I have a question, so. The side streets, our side streets, 80th is not skewed, it's the highway itself that's at an angle, correct? 151's at the angle, so, and we were gonna shift. So we were just thinking, add turn lanes to the road that's already there, so it's easy, it's quick, it's done, it's cheap. But you were gonna redesign to realign and move the road and acquire new property, so by the time we get done with all that hoo-ha, are we about at the same cost as it would have been for the roundabout? That was my question.
It's hard to say, because we haven't done a full. Investigation on the roundabout, but. We're applying to the MPO, so yes, we skewed the approach streets, the side streets, so they're at more at a right angle. They're still not perfectly at a right angle because they're safer. The intersection's safer. The more perpendicular, yeah. So if we're gonna improve the intersection, we want to do it the best we could. Now, does that mean you could just leave it where it's at? Yes, you could, but it's also not quite as safe. Now, the overall cost we'd have to do when we get looking at like. Well, the MPO or the TAC committee recommended is do a cost benefits analysis, but.
If they do a roundabout, would they have to shift those intersecting streets?
For the roundabout,
Yeah.
roundabout, and you probably notice it on one, you know, just up the road. They typically. Go right in roundabout, but they typically actually move you to the left as you're approaching it, so you're slowing down and then you go to the right. So I mean, that takes up a little bit of extra money on it. You've got obviously that city hall right here. There, you know, that's gonna impact the location of the intersection improvements. So it would probably get, you know. If the intersection got improved as a roundabout, it would probably move to the northwest a little bit. Just because it's undeveloped property. How much, it's hard to say. You know, and the other thing that would have to be considered, you know. Is what type of roundabout is correct at this location. there's a lot of discussion at the TAC meeting, well, they don't have these problems at the roundabout just up the road. It's like, well, but on the southeast side, it's what, 4 or 5 residential houses at that existing roundabout up the road. And on the north side, you know, the traffic coming in and out of that intersection isn't near what it is on 80th Street there going north. And that's where the issue obviously is side streets trying to get on and off.
Shane, how about time frame to get option A or option B in? Which one takes longer, or do they both take the same amount of time? It's all because of traffic, QPS, to get it installed, let's say you had a go date today. How long would it take to get a roundabout in? How long would it take to get a stoplight in? You need some immediate lead all the way along all these intersections, not just 80th. But this is the one most affected, but how long? Because we get all this in and now the traffic's gone because QPS is done. Well, we're still suffering here for 2.5 years.
So how I would answer that is the roundabout or the traffic signals in the turn lanes is a long-term improvement. You know, it's there for, you know, whatever traffic's there now. I know there's a lot of, you know, concern over the additional construction traffic. But that's not what's driving this intersection. I mean, it obviously adds to it. It's right here, right in front of us now.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's been discussions of improving that intersection for several years. You know, to try to address that issue, the construction issue, I think that's separate. You know, is it something we need to work with the DOT, with Cedar Rapids, with, construction companies, do something to help improve, you know, the traffic through the highway, through the city? That's a separate discussion.
But so I'll be more specific is it's tough for everybody to deal with, everybody.
Yep.
But give a time frame on what it would take to expedite things for option A or option B for what we're dealing with. I understand you do it right, it's your focus, and I respect that. But get a solution sooner than later. What's the soonest to get? Does it matter, option A or option B?
So if you're gonna go get funding, federal funding, you gotta go through that process. So you gotta do all the environmental, you gotta do the right of way acquisitions, and everything that goes with that, so that takes a long time. We got with that down at the intersection, that's currently under construction, and to about 2 or 3 years. Then there's also the construction process. Which is just gonna make that traffic work right now. I mean, if you try to do this construction in the heart, you know, construct this intersection in the heart of the data center construction, it's not gonna improve anything. And if it's a year-long construction project, that year is just gonna be miserable, which it may be. I mean, I've heard people say that construction is gonna go on until 2031, which is 5 years from now. You know, and we were looking at a 2030 project for the application setting.
So do we have to realign that intersection? Can we not just do it the way it is? I mean, do you know what I mean? It's how.
Yeah, you probably can. It's not the recommended way to do it, but we probably can.
Simple.
But what the council needs to decide is,
That's true.
Which one?
The PDF one says 80th 151.
do you want to proceed with traffic
They're all
counts and turn lanes? Do you want to proceed with the
Well, I think originally we just thought we could do this, the caveat was we could do the streetlights quicker. Because we wouldn't really have to do a lot, you know, if we left everything the way it is. That was before, you know, you're saying, oh, no, we have to shift and purchase land and do this and do that. So that's now a whole different deal to me. Cause I was thinking we could just add turn lanes to the roads that's there without doing all those other things.
We had a resident ask us why we can't do temporary lights, that's like they have on Edgewood. It's something more immediate.
I don't know if they're sized appropriately to do them on the highway. I mean, you could probably hang some over the highway.
That we'd have to get approval from the DOT because that's
But
their
that might
right
be
way.
fast.
But
That's a separate, again, that's a separate
That's a
thing. That's more
construction
addressing
thing.
construction traffic. this is long-term improvements at the intersection.
Yeah.
So I think they're getting kind of confused.
Well, but the people that are complaining right now are complaining because of construction.
Well, they just put up temporary lights up there to handle the construction traffic.
Well, that's something that separate from this conversation, which I agree we could add, is, I don't know, think we need a motion for it, is asking the DOT about temporary lights while we're in the process of applying for intersection improvement.
I mean, if either long-term solution is 2, 3, 4 years out, is there something more immediate? And I don't know if that's the solution or not. A resident just said that, and I went, oh. Well, nobody's ever said that in the meeting before.
Normally they wanna see the study, like traffic counts and then was accident rates and, cause there's.
Like you're talking for long-term
Yeah.
improvements.
But you were rear-ended in the police.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember saying it.
Yeah.
I think long-term, the roundabout makes more sense. They're gonna be there. It's safer. And we're already at our light MPO, we're looking at how many years out before we even get something?
Well, I think right now the application was submitted for 2030 construction,
Exactly.
2030 funding. I think construction was 2030.
So
But that's
the
scheduled to be the
possibility
same.
of doing, the temporary light, we'd have to get the cooperation from the DOT, which I would definitely think maybe we should investigate that potentially. It might help slow that down. What I don't understand is all this traffic is being routed through our town. What I've noticed on those temporary lights that they have over on Lafayette or on Edgewood, if I'm going down 76 and I'm at Edgewood, you can't turn left because there's no turn signal. So everything that's coming at you is coming at you and you'll never get there. So is that why these people are all routing through our town? Why are they coming off of Edgewood down through Fairfax to go back into Cedar Rapids?
I think they're going everywhere. I think
There's a majority of them coming from the other side of town.
I mean,
Lots of go up, 80th.
Yeah, 80th to 100 and around.
Even traffic on Wright Brothers, I've left right after work and at, 6th Street and Wright Brothers, I waited in line for 30 minutes to get to the light on 965. That's 2 lanes.
So I don't think we're gonna solve that issue immediately.
I think even having temporary lights can make things very bad out there.
Probably.
To me, the big problem, living on, where I live, on Highland here, getting out on 151, there's just no break in the traffic, and I don't care if it's the Amana 500 or if it's QTS intervals leaving. That's my struggle with the roundabout, is I don't see that a roundabout gives a break in traffic to get out.
That's because they're doing 55 though. But if they slow down.
Yeah.
But it's
So like I was at this intersection for 10 minutes trying to get over here. It's a good thing I left early. But I'm sitting there and of course, knowing it's on the agenda too, I'm like, that's why we need a roundabout. There's enough of a gap where I'd be able to get in. I would find those gaps in there. However, there's cars coming from Walford area, the Amandas, and then they're turning left up 80th, so you gotta wait for them. A roundabout solves those gaps. If you put a light in there, you're just gonna have traffic back up, everyone's gonna stop. And then the light turns green, it's gonna take a minute for everyone to start up and go. It's gonna back up on 80th.
I understand that aspect, but a roundabout solves an intersection problem. It doesn't solve an entrance and exit problem of many neighborhoods around here. Because as soon as they get through that roundabout, now they're all bumper to bumper.
Correct.
That's my struggle with it. So does a roundabout work in an intersection? Absolutely does, but does it solve anywhere else in town trying to get, let's say, any street that dumps on 151, I think will be more congested than it is now, because right now I'm taking a gamble. Someone's doing 55 and I might have a slow guy doing 45, there's my window. I'm gonna hit it. And I have witnessed stop signs now be a suggestion, because if they see a hole, they ain't stopping, they're going. and they go onesie twosie like they're a trailer. It happens to me every morning. I leave, they come to the right of me, they're gonna head into CR. They peek their head out, and if one's going, the next one's going right behind. If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me. So that's where the roundabout situation is a situational intersection solver. But to me, it does not give that break in the traffic that you need for residents to go out their way.
Sections.
But you have
That's fine.
breaks, when you get up to Dean Road, you have breaks, at least the one on, what is that, Seventh and Marion.
What's
you have
right
breaks.
before Dean Road? A stoplight.
But there's not a stoplight coming from the other way.
Right, your two-lane traffic already sorted out at that point, coming down, and yes, I know roundabouts slow down. They get you to go around, but as soon as you get down to Beverly, there's a stoplight. There's a break in traffic, that's my saving grace coming southbound traffic. But it's always the northbound traffic that I gotta try to get up. And I can go down in the worst intersection that's down at the, down on Cemetery Road, that's getting rectified because that angle is atrocious, so that's gonna be better. But I mean, something needs to be done, I'm 100% for that, but I just want a better look at it. If it's a situational problem or if it's actually gonna give us some relief for residents.
I understand there's a lot of concern with construction traffic. And yes, there are some things that probably need to be done, but that, to me, that's a separate topic than I don't know, discussion.
Yeah.
If this is a long-term project, you will be there for many, many years. The construction traffic, will go away at some point. We don't know how long. By the time it goes away, will there be more growth? Probably. That intersection, so it's still gonna be busy. How much, I don't know. But right now, the city has an application into the MPO. It's for turn lanes. Traffic signals. Mary Ann asked the question, can we straighten out the intersection so you're not impacted as much? Can't say.
Can we leave it like it is right now?
You basically want to leave the intersection as is, just add turn lanes and lines.
Because I think 151 has the room to do what we want to do. It would just be adding the turn lanes to 80th on both sides. Figuring that out, so it'd be the least invasive, the quickest result. We have to move that road and shift that and buy. No matter what, you're gonna probably end up buying property or doing some things.
You're still gonna have
But that's a big shift.
staging and construction where you can shift it, that alleviates some of that construction, but that, how the city proceeds with that, if lane is shifted or not. And the question is, do you wanna leave the application with the MPO now? As, with traffic signals, turn lanes, see how it works out. The other option is you could do a roundabout. I talked with Liz from the MPO, if that's the direction the council wanted to go. We could do an application, get it in by the third week in April, and it could still be considered. If we left it as is. I can't say if it get funded or not, but obviously has the recommendation from the TAC. But they don't support it unless there's a cost benefit analysis.
How much is that and how long does that take to do a cost
That
benefit
that'll be
analysis?
done in time for this application. So. So you either, leave it as is and just see what happens. Probably wouldn't be funded, but it may. You could, revise your application, do it as a roundabout. Even with that, you wouldn't have the final layout for the roundabout because. We have to do a general study and, what type of roundabout you wanna see in there. We just basically throw in the cookie cutter roundabout, put together a cost estimate.
If we do the roundabout, we still have to supply them with the cost analysis, don't we?
It did go back to TAC for the recommendation, but most likely not. Again, whatever direction the council wants to proceed with that, doesn't guarantee this project's gonna get funded this go round. It may with either option, but there's no guarantees.
And either option, you're talking 2030, right?
Yeah, originally, they said you could get funding in 2029, and when I brought brought it to the council, and thought it was 2030, it's fine. That just gives you more time to get, the environmental done, any right of way, it's an acquisition stage, so 2029 possible. I don't know if we change that, this application at this point or not. Definitely something to check and do. But either way, if you're gonna get funding, it's not a quick process. The other option is if you want to tear it up, in the spring of 2027 and start construction, then you're probably gonna have to fund it all yourself. And either way, it's still gonna be, even if we kept it straight, you're probably still talking a couple million, 0.5 million things sold somewhere, I don't know. So, those are kind of maybe your options are, or you could just hold the application, you could do a cost benefits analysis and reapply in 2 years. Or you could, study, what is the best there, is it a roundabout, is it traffic signals? I've heard concerns from both, about access. You could look at the whole corridor and how does it impact access with traffic signals and then turn lane. But all that stuff costs money.
So at this point, we're better off just to let it sit and see what happens. And then if they don't approve it, we can always resubmit
That's not.
with all the
No, I think
stuff.
Dan's thought is he wants to see something done sooner or later, he wants to see it's roundabout, so.
Everyone, I think waiting, and by the way, just to be clear, this topic technically is not MPO, it's really talk about the budget. Just to be clear. So my hope would be that we would start the process with, and I know, yes, it's a long process, but we start something. When I say this fiscal year, I'm talking about the budget we're working on. And like I said, I wouldn't talk about MPO, I'm gonna say it. If there's something there, then there's something there. But we do have options for partial funding that we're discussing. I think there was what, 200,000 and a $500,000.
I think there's an opportunity for safety funds up to 500,000 if they're roundabout. They would fund for traffic signals and.
Right, wasn't there another one that was like 200?
I'd have to double check on that. There's the T study does mention a couple.
They mentioned two things, that's, I don't have the acronym. But that would be my preference is we do a roundabout and we start it now, not waiting for MPO funding that may or may not come in, no offense to the MPO, may or may not come in 2030.
So, I mean, if you wanna proceed with the roundabout, start moving forward with, layout, right of way acquisitions, environmental, all that. I mean, if you get those other funding opportunities, you're gonna have to do all that as well. That does take time.
Because we have to have all that approved by the DOT, correct?
Well, it gets run through, they administer it, but I think the.
So would they do the design?
Well,
Yeah, it's still federal, so you have to go through all those.
plus, obviously, the DOT is gonna be involved because you're on the highway.
So it's their highway.
Did they say they
Be
did a
their
lot of that at
project.
no charge though? Like the reviewing and.
But they don't charge for that anyways, but it.
It just takes
It
time.
takes time. I mean, if the quickest way, obviously, would be just one fund everything through the city, get no money outside, obviously. It's a lot of money, but it's still gonna take time. I mean, it's nothing that. I gave the example to start construction next year, that's, even if the city is funding all of it, is very unlikely at this point. It's gonna take time to do the traffic studies, to figure out the correct layout and all that. Get, go through the process with the DOT, get their.
Is there an option to do both, to look at numbers with whatever funding we can get before and do an MPO application with the roundabout? So you kind of like put your eggs in two different baskets instead of all in one basket?
Yes, I'm very soon, I wasn't quite.
Are you talking about just go ahead and trying to fund a roundabout through city funding and then also apply?
I don't know if that's, if we could get numbers on what, but then go ahead and apply for the roundabout.
Start
Yeah.
moving forward with the roundabout and, you know, start looking at the layout and all that stuff and right away impacts. And then apply again for 2 years, for the funding through the MPO, the STBG, funding through the MPO. I mean, I'd recommend you still do that, but.
But
I mean,
that's,
unless
the
you
next
guys-
filing period is 2 years, so that's what he's saying.
That's the next application period.
So we got something in there, he busted his ass to get us the streetlights in there. So that's, they'll either consider it or they won't, or whatever, so that's in there, you can't do anything else with them for 2 years.
And in 2 years, the funding would be probably 32, 33. It's not gonna still be 30.
I think you can still request 30, 31. It's confusing on how it's not a set date because how money gets moved from project to project, things like that.
Depends how much they have.
Yeah, maybe you get 500,000 in 30 or 31, and maybe you get, 2 million in 32 or something like that, so you can start the project.
And if they award it to you and you don't use it, or you don't take it, it goes back in the fund.
That's right.
But that's MPO application process, but those funds for like safety, that 500 and then the potential 200,000, said you apply anytime, and that's just a standard.
Well, I'd have to verify if they're federal funds, that you have to follow the same processes for all of it. Now, those funds may be, timeline, what years they may be available, could be quicker.
I know that's what you said when he was here. I don't recall.
DOT guy did say that.
Shane, would there be any benefit to doing a traffic study now?
I mean, I know there's a lot of, how does it impact, the intersections to the north to south? What I think of is, how does one impact, to me, I see the traffic signals. And you've got all this traffic and they stop. And I see how does that impact, Walls and those other businesses there? That traffic stops and it's pretty much go, go, go. It stops, backs up. By the time they get started, that traffic that stopped back 3/4 of a mile probably can just barely be getting collected, and it's back up again. So just getting in and out, of those businesses during the rush hour is gonna be a nightmare. How is that better with the roundabout? Probably is a little better for them on the roundabout, but from the side streets. You can look at all that stuff in detail. And you can kind of look at the impact from each analysis, throughout that corridor. Wouldn't be cheap, but it would be, in depth. Wouldn't be something for this application, it'd be for an application in 2 years, where you start moving forward with one or the other and then apply in 2 years. To get, as much funds as you can. But the problem is, some people don't like roundabouts and some people do. Whatever that report provides information for, you're still not gonna get a consensus. Some people are gonna go, well, that impacts is negative here, or that's negative there. You're not gonna get 100% consensus on this.
And there's the cost, how are we gonna pay for it? We're talking about your CIP stuff, well, you need to look at that, cause
Right now, I think we have 100,000 earmarked to get that, assuming that intersection got approved through the MPO. I think we have 100,000 in the FY 2027 CIP to start moving forward with like a traffic study and stuff like that. You wanted to do a cost benefit analysis or a corridor study or something along that lines. You could put that 100,000 towards that. It may cost a little bit more, especially if you're gonna look at more depth on that corridor. But there's already a little bit of money set aside for next fiscal year for that. You may want to up it a little bit if that's the route you want to go. But there's a lot of information you consider.
What was the April, application deadline you were talking about?
So
And
we
I might have
applied-
misunderstood. I
We
think.
applied for the intersection improvements for this project, to the MPO for STBG grant funding. And that was submitted, we had a special meeting January 9th to consider that, get the resolution approved, because the application was due January 11th. And so we're in this application process, and they're going through the process right now. Since the application's already in, Liz with the MPO said that you could change it, to a roundabout if you wanted. They would need, a couple of exhibits reflecting that and that updated cost estimate. And they would want that by the 3rd week in April. And it would be probably run back through the TAC committee, which is the first Thursday in May. And then we'd have to have a resolution if the council wanted to vote on it and approve a resolution to support that change for roundabout May council meeting. And then the funding is considered and awarded in June by the end. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. And again, like I said, we would just basically take a layout of roundabout, drop it in there, look at some grades, how's it gonna, you can put anything on paper and make it fit wherever you want. But obviously you got the, city hall here and the ditch and everything like that, you can't just put a roundabout right there. You gotta make it work. So we look at some of that stuff, but it still wouldn't be, you wanna get the traffic study and get the other information on what makes sense for a roundabout at that intersection. So if you do that, say for example, the roundabout up Tower Terrace Road and Center Point Road. I don't know how many of you get up there much, but that was put in a few years ago. Hiawatha, the city of Hiawatha wanted that to be 2 lanes all the way around it. And the TAC committee, the same one that says, we want to see cost benefit, that doesn't need to be 2 lanes, that's the problem with that is that it's less safe. Part of the thing that makes the roundabout safe is causes you to slow down and causes you to merge, which causes you to slow down. If you just have 2 lanes and it's wide open, kind of like just put a big old corridor and everybody just speeds through there. So the tax committee on that, which that's not the right layout. So that's one of the things that we just drop layout in there. You can drop in 2 lanes, because it's going to be most costly. So you maybe do that to assume, okay, this is the highest cost, which we want to apply for funds, but then they may come back and say, where you get into, okay, we'd actually try to look at what would be the layout, proper layout for that intersection.
So we could change it, they
Do that
still,
by the 3rd week of April.
if we could change it, but they still may come back with, hey, we want a cost analysis.
Well, or we want to see what the appropriate roundabout is, and it may be like the one up the road. I think it goes into, you're going north and it goes into 2 lanes. And you're going north, because then on the north side of the roundabout is 2 lanes and
Right,
northeast and
When you come the other way, it's only one.
it's only one. And then you obviously have truck traffic and all that you have to figure out on the highway. So. And if you have enough right turning traffic or your right movement, like if you're coming down 80th and there's a lot of traffic turning right, maybe it's justified to have a right turn lane and you don't even get into the roundabout. But those are stuff we need to get, collect information on. What's the growth in that area? What's the traffic pattern?
And if they approve it in April, you don't get your funding for a couple of years.
30.
Either way, it's like, they don't give you anything until.
No.
And by the time that happens,
Well, we could all volunteer shifts to be flaggers out here at the intersection during certain times of it.
40-foot-mile-an-hour speed limit back where it was.
That requires another traffic study, I believe.
Well, don't tell
That won't change how fast they're going.
I thought they had done one recently for some reason.
I asked them to do a speed study and then we changed our mind because they take the 85th percentile, right? I think Sam was talking about that. It won't increase the speed, but it will not lower it. And then we looked at potentially doing a safety study as an alternative, but there wasn't enough.
They did the safety study.
2022, they did.
That's
Yeah.
the cube study.
Yeah, the team study.
I remember there wasn't enough. Is it high?
Yeah.
I can
But a lot of things have changed since then.
Sam mentioned at the TAC meeting, and they need to be obviously just a conversation, you didn't commit to anything, you can't, but if the project went forward as traffic signals and turn lanes, that one of the requirements for the MPO funding is reduce the traffic speed to 45, and obviously the DOT has the final say in that. But yeah, that's something the DOT decision.
So then it's another if we reduce the speed. And I think my biggest concern, the roundabouts, whether you like it or don't, is it doesn't create the breaks. It's already continuous traffic east-westbound on 151. So it's for the 3 shift changes in Amana, and then the start and end of the day for data centers. they already have continuous flow. The problem is it's the northbound lanes on 80th and Highland, and maybe to a lesser extent Prairie. And those are the ones that are missing some of the breaks. At the beginning and end of the day, getting it out there. You're not gonna see breaks on a continuous flow with a roundabout, because people, for example, trying to get out here are gonna be waiting forever because of everybody leaving at the end of the day. Beginning of the day, anybody coming south on 80th is gonna be waiting forever because they're coming from the Cedar Rapids.
Yeah, and that's something, unless you do a study and show that, I mean, what is. the
And
impact
it's
of the-
it's anecdotal, but trying to get out of the shop now is infinitely longer.
But you are a body shop and everything.
Just keep working, don't.
So there's no easy solution here, obviously.
I don't know, I'd say you let the darn thing ride and then we have more time to figure out what we wanna do. I don't think we should, I mean, we rushed to get that other one in, so it could be in for consideration. And then that's not to say if they approve that and then we decide we wanna change it to a roundabout, would they let us do that with our funding?
You'd probably have to justify it,
Like, we could say it was safer and then they would say it.
but I would think. I can't say for sure, but I would think you could probably keep the funding. You know, and maybe it's a little bit more, so maybe you don't get the full 80% of construction, maybe you get 65 or 70%, you still get quite a bit of funding. But, yeah, at this point, the best thing, and if it doesn't get funded, then you can reconsider the layout.
And
Unless.
if it does get funded, we could still maybe reconsider the layout.
And you know, it's tough to see what their line of thought is, but. You know, research online, and I know there's a million variables, but it's significantly more expensive, the initial cost. For a roundabout versus traffic lights, and that's not taking into consideration. Purchasing of property and easements and things like that. It's,
You just got it anyway for like,
if we read that as is, the impact is significantly less, and I'm focusing mostly on construction costs and implementation. Now, again. You know, that's speaking in generic terms, but in general, it's. I think what I looked up was it's double the cost.
On the outside, on the front side, I guess it is more expensive. But are we gonna put a light in? And then. Find out we're
And I
gonna.
don't know, you know, I mean, every situation's unique, On 80th Street, so on the layout we submitted, from 80th Street going north, we've got quite a bit, of turn lane in there. And a lot of that's driven by, the speeds of the road, so if we reduce, I think right now the speed limit supposed to is 40 or 45, so if we reduce that to 30 or
The
35.
turn lane.
That can be lessened. It's also based on the elevations of that slope, steeper it is, you want more turn lane length. That's a pretty good hill there. So that kind of drove some of those lengths. You know, it's not just something like, oh, this looks like a good length for stop in, it's based on, you know, design factors. So I would think if we get it roundabout, you know, those lanes wouldn't have to be as long. But then again, we're also not impacting with the application we have in at this point. We don't propose redoing any of the highway construction, you know, so roundabout guys carrying that out. So there's some cost change there, you know, the right of way needs. They may be similar, they may be a little bit less with the roundabout, since we did offset 80th to the west a little bit, it's hard to say, like out. Put some stuff in there, but I would. You know, without looking at it, I would assume the upfront costs of the roundabout are still gonna be a little more expensive. If it's double, it's hard to say, but I would still say 40%.
Roundabouts are more expensive, that's a fact, we can't get away from, but.
But then what is the cost? I mean,
the light catches up and
the
cost.
light, yeah, the maintenance, repair, replacement of the lights. The safety cost, you know, for accidents. Significant injuries, deaths. And then you also have emissions. Roundabouts have a lot less emissions because cars aren't stopping and starting and. And those are some things just off the top of my head that, you know,
Speed limit's not gonna change for like, it's still gonna be 55.
Well, what he was just saying was it might force their hand to lower it to 45.
Yeah, it would, and like you said, the DOT would definitely consider lowering it to 45 traffic lights going there, but I don't think that the traffic lights that are at Stony Point now, the main reduction in the speed limits there, so doesn't mean they will. The roundabouts force it, I mean, that forces you to slow down on the highway, but then again, we get into the argument, does that cause traffic to back up more or not, or does it create openings, Dan's point, that create openings for the side streets.
I think there's just nationwide, probably worldwide too, nationwide, there's intersections that are converted from stop signs and lights to roundabouts. And I was just looking up, it wasn't that hard to find, Insurance Institute, Highway Safety, the Federal Highway Administration, that's all they recommend is roundabout, roundabout, roundabout. And all of the data lines up there. I think if we go ahead and put a light in, we're gonna regret it.
So I saw I remember probably 10, 12 years ago, I saw an intersection over in Dubuque. It was a 5-lane intersection just outside of the high school. So you've seen there or whatever it was. And they had video, and it was, roundabouts, especially, 12 years or more, less were really new in Iowa. So they were taking videos of that intersection, different angles on that intersection, front and during like when school got out, and then they did it after it was converted to a roundabout, and it flowed a heck of a lot smoother after it was a roundabout. I mean, that's the type of thing that they were trying to get the information out, trying to sell it back roundabout. Now again, it's a different situation, that's every situation, so.
Traffic at Prairie, and schools in and out is night and day from before when they had stop signs and they had an officer. I mean, he kind of still stops traffic out on, where it is.
What?
No, not.
So it's 76.
But he still kind of stops it, but for the most part, it flows much better than when you're leaving to go to Kirkwood from whatever that Prairie Road is that comes out of campus. I mean, and then the new school they built out there, just traffic just flows so much better.
There's like a bunch of them right there. I mean, there's roundabouts leaving each neighborhood entrance.
Yeah, by the line and everything, yeah.
Well, look at Cedar Rapids where like Hoover School, Johnson Avenue and Wiley Boulevard. They have one there and then they have one on Rockland down there. You Falls and put them all up and on University Avenue.
Have people drive right over the hump.
I would say we just let this ride until April and see where we land, and then we can reevaluate if we wanna leave, if we get it approved, if we wanna leave it as a light, or we wanna change it to roundabout, or if it doesn't get approved. I don't think it serves much to. I don't know if you wanna mess with it at this point.
Is that a motion?
Well, I don't think we need a motion if we just leave it where it is for now.
I'll make a motion. This is not regarding the MPO, but make a motion to start the process of a roundabout. With Long Hall's guidance, starting with this next budget.
Second,
That's outside of the appeal fund.
If they want to jump in,
I
I'm not bringing that up, so, because
have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
I,
Nay.
Nay.
3-2, right?
Yep.
To start the process of a roundabout, leave the MPO, well, you don't want to talk about MPO.
So when do you want to start all this expensive roundabout design? We have to talk about that in the budget, because that money has to come from somewhere as well. I would say we should wait and see what happens with the MPO in April before you spend in budget money, but.
well, we can't then, because you missed the budget.
You can do a budget amendment.
Yeah, you
The
can-
only thing you can amend is the tax revenue.
Okay. Okay. We'll move on to the CIP.
All right, it's 10 o'clock. How much you want to get into this? So. You have the updated CIP list. I'm gonna run through and touch on a few things. And then if you want to go back and ask questions or make recommendations, suggestions on any of these things, I'm happy to take the notes. I guess the first one I want to touch on is the third, so the 1 year CIP, the first page, for the upcoming year. The third row, the water supply well, or an observation well. So that project is under construction. Hopefully pretty close to being completed. Hopefully we get completed this spring, early summer. As of right now, it's my understanding there's about 221,000 left in ARPA funds. And about 270,000 left on that project in the SRF loan. For a total of about $490,000. We anticipate about 350,000 remaining for construction and 16,000 for engineering and admin. For a total of 366,000. As you can see, we've got all that money being used up, there's some money left over. What we kind of earmarked that for is to looking into the impact on adjacent existing wells and possible ways to address those. I think we touched base on that in the last meeting or two, that's a possible issue that we need to look at, so. I thought the extra money we got left in that project, we might look towards that. I just want to point that out as part of the CIP.
Do we wanna do that? I don't know if we wanna do that until they figure out what they're doing for all the wells for the new data center. My understanding is they're gonna dig wells for the new Google that's supposed to go in Palo, and it's our aquifer.
The ARPA funds have to be spent by 12/31 of 26.
So I'm just saying that we could not have water to and just maybe we could find something else to do with it. But
So the Google data center is supposed to use groundwater.
I talked to Jim Kelso and he said, yeah, they're supposedly
I thought
digging
they-
at least 2 wells to help with the other stuff that they're doing out there.
Under construction.
My understanding was permanent.
I thought Lynn County was supposedly addressing that as part of their data center ordinance.
Right.
Well, but they're moving, again, my understanding is the Google data center is now going to move into Palo. So Lynn County can take their whatever they just passed and
They have the same ground, they're gonna try to get the payload to annex them, so they can get a cheaper deal.
And it'll be
annexed first.
yeah,
They don't have.
so they're wanting to go to, so I'm just saying, I don't know if it's prudent to spend a lot of money
So
and.
if that's the case, do we just stop the well project then? I mean, just finish it and then not plan to move forward? You know,
I don't know. If we've got this one dug and it's ready to go, I guess you put it online, but I just don't know if we need to
well, we gotta do the treatment. Put it
Can't
on.
put them in.
with the treatment. Well, I would say we should go ahead with that stuff. I don't know if we wanna move ahead with more wells until we
This
find
isn't
out.
more wells, this is the impacting existing wells.
The private wells that
Private wells.
that
I thought we
went
did
dry
that
when we
already.
tested. We just found out which ones were affected, but we haven't done anything to.
Well,
mitigate.
we don't know exactly which ones are affected, but
Well, you got some data,
we
right?
got some
I
data.
thought there was a couple that were affected, that it did affect their water.
There's one that that we know was impacted. That well was built in the 1800s.
So it's shallow.
So, but we stopped the pump test because that only being drained down. So I don't know if it would make sense to do additional, figure out an issue or to address the issue of that existing well, which I think there have been some possible discussions on that. I don't know any details, so. But if that can get addressed, then maybe we want to do additional pump tests to see what the impact on some of those wells truly is. Over an extended period or not, I don't know, but some things that we, would have to look at and. Some of this funding could be utilized for, but. If not, I mean, maybe we can move the ARPA funds over towards. The treatment facility design, but then. If we don't really know which wells are impacted and how to address them, then day one, when you actually start pumping water for city use and you've got issues, then you have to stop right away. I'd rather try to look at it up front than unless you try to put it online. That's just my opinion.
So how much do you think that's gonna cost then?
I have no idea at this point. That's why I'm just suggesting that we put the additional funds that's left over from this project. Worth looking at, that a little bit, to get a little bit better idea of how that may be impacted. But I do understand your concerns about the data centers because that's an issue that I think all Iowa needs to come to recognize.
Unfortunately, the Lynn County Water Study that was going to happen was going to be funded by Google, and so now they've withdrawn their offer to do that, so it was the Lynn County overall water study.
So that was, I just wanted to point that out to the council, how that was laying out. The Vanderbilt Street Improvement Projects, I did talk with Chris Pop with DOT to get a little bit more information. He did say that there are funds available now, but with the UP Railroad, he anticipates that construction at the earliest would happen in 2027.
Oh.
So, kind of what we were talking about earlier with translators, they're not nearly as time consuming. And so I mean, construction is 2027, we probably want to put it in this fiscal year. So I just need to take a closer look at the numbers based off some of the information and get that information over to Cynthia. I think we have earmarked in there 526,000. Like I said, I just have to double check that number and based on my discussion, that may get revised some. My understanding on that is, so the project cost, it's the railroad costs, and then the city's cost for the, improvements on this, the street approaches to the railroad tracks. And then the city's gonna ultimately be responsible for 20% of those costs. Now, what Chris explained to me was that the city actually has to pay the railroad, and the railroad pays DOT and so forth and DOT. So that, how that funding works, if it's reimbursed on a monthly basis throughout the project or at the end, he said that's really handled from railroad to railroad, so you couldn't say whether or not how that funding gets reimbursed for the city, but either way, the total project cost is what's on there. Like I said, it might get revised some. The city's ultimate cost would not be that entire number. So.
So we'd have to have that in our expenses, because we're paying it and then we're getting reimbursed.
Yes, exactly. That's why I put it in there. So the street inventories, maintenance and repair and replacement, we have earmarked 100,000. I think that, was put on the 10-year or 2 to 5 year CIP list a few years ago, just to get a number in there. So we've got that on this 1 year CIP at this point to get, start looking at city streets. It's one of those things where if we just look at a few streets, that number's gonna be less. Or we can look at as many streets as we want, if the city wants to review and analyze and, do as many streets as possible to that number, so. There's not a set scope on that, that number was just kind of put in there, so we got something in place. Leave it as is and kind of figure out the scope, and maybe it comes in less than that, or we try to use it all and try to get as many streets as possible. Whatever direction the council would want to go with that.
Brian, you've got notes on that, on a few streets that would.
Well, some, excuse me, some of the stuff that we've already been talking about, so, yeah, sure.
Yeah, like Applewood for one and.
Yeah, there's some repairs that we're gonna work on that, but yeah, otherwise, Church Street or Vanderbilt Street, stuff like that, she already probably wanted to focus on for the main areas, so.
But this isn't the repair, this is just
No.
a plan.
Yeah, this is to look at streets, kind of prioritize which ones are done first, which ones we should do maintenance with, which ones we should do complete reconstruction, that type of stuff. So. Minor side street improvements along US 151. That the TEEP study that has been mentioned a couple times tonight. It was put out in 2022, 2024. Has some different suggestions on some, lower cost items, to help improve traffic flow a little bit. Traffic safety, flashing stop signs, etc. So that's kind of what that item is for. But obviously with all the construction traffic, I know there's a lot of concerns, so I don't know if that line item we might want to go towards addressing, some sort of participation and improvement, safety improvements at those intersections along Highway 151 that may be above and beyond the TEEP study. Or we just follow, a couple of recommendations from the TEEP study and go from there. However, the council would want to proceed with that. And then, the last one obviously is the 80th Street and Highway 151 intersection improvements. Like I mentioned, we have $100,000 earmarked to get, if the project got funded through the MPO to start doing traffic study and completing that. Based on the council's decision tonight, that money could get reallocated a little bit, or depending on how the MPO funds things and how the council wants to proceed after that. So you fund it, keep it at 100,000, you can remove it, get up it, however you want to see. That based on our discussions tonight. And then, obviously, the last one would just be clarification on, how you want to proceed with the library. Addition on the CIP. So, you want to put 50,000 on the 1 year, or 25,000 or nothing, you just handle it internally, or.
Yeah, I don't think that needs to be on the CIP.
Okay. And you don't want to add anything to the 2 to 5 year?
Oh, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying nothing needs to be on the 1 year for the library.
Okay. Any comments on the library or any other topic that I brought up, or any of the other items on that CIP list?
So on the 1 year, you talked about specifically.
Well, these were the 1 year, I guess the library would be if you wanted, there was a question of the library, then would be simply says she doesn't need the library in 1 year, but would be on the. You want to add anything
on the 2 to
5 year, and if so, what do you want me to put on there for?
Put it back on there, 2 to 5. Where I would like to.
He's
get the
asking
library. The
dollar.
First year is not the dollar amount, what did we have before?
Well, you could put the 2 million, now obviously, I think the city's direction on that was the city wouldn't spend all that, but if that's the anticipated project amount. Then how is that funded, if the city funds, maybe it's 100,000 at the end, bring them to the completion, like Mike had said, or. Mike indicated maybe up to 500,000, but you don't want to guarantee, I guess the impression I got from the conversation was you don't want to lock into a set amount, so.
We don't wanna lock into a set amount.
Yeah.
We don't know what set amount.
That's why I
It
was
is.
leaning towards not putting it on the CIP, because we haven't put dollar amount, but what is that dollar amount? We took off, what was it, 1 million for 1 year, and then 600,000, or maybe a little bit more for the 2 to 5. From last month, I'd have to go back in there and look, but, when we put it at 500,000,
Yeah, I
I
don't know.
don't have a number, because
And
I almost would put it on the next CIP. Because by then, they've used lost funds to go back and say, design me a $2 million building. And then they can have their fundraising, they can get a better amount of what they have available. And then whatever we need to get them over the hump, we can put in there. And we might have to not have to do anything if they grossly exceed expectations. Then we don't have to do anything. But if the minimum is they can only get a $500,000 matching bonus, and the dollar amount would be 500,000. If we're keeping the cap at their $2 million.
So do all of our efforts,
Wouldn't you still list it at 2 million and just say that it's 1.5 million funded from another source though?
No, because we have to take out a bond for that dollar amount.
Well, you could still put it on the 2 to 5 CIP, couldn't you, for just the total project cost of 2 million, but show no funding available?
If we're only gonna give them 500,000, does that include the 100,000 we're already paying them? For the 50? I mean, you only wanna put on there what we're gonna pay.
That's what I'm saying, you don't have to put anything in for what we're gonna pay, but
I mean, it's, the CIP
But
should just be what we're gonna pay.
well, the project cost would be their total cost. There's multiple columns here.
So you want to put estimated total project cost $2 million available, what are you gonna put, 1 million, because that's all they have technically available right now.
You could do that too.
Or you could just say yet to be determined.
Yeah.
You don't have, you don't have to
yeah,
do anything.
just to be determined number.
Yeah, we put NA at this point, and just put a note on there that, you know, that to be determined, working on a hundred or something, just to know that it's just kind of earmarked there, that it's a project that you're looking for in the next year.
It needs to be earmarked as a project for looking at, in my opinion.
So we're gonna add the library, and just put NA for funding on that for now, and
On the 2 to 5 year now.
2 to 5 years. Thank you.
Can I ask a question about the 1 year?
yeah,
The Eagle View Drive Water Main Extension Project.
yes,
That's happening?
I don't know.
We wanna extend water if they're not gonna probably develop anymore.
Well, but I mean, we had them set hydrants, right? Isn't that getting
So
water
this is,
to that
this is
business
the
area?
water main extension, so currently as part of the West Cemetery Road intersection project. Water mains there's water main stubbed under the highway when we did the highway project, so there's a hydrant at the northwest corner of that curve in that highway 151. And so Boomerang extend water main to the west underneath the creek, they still need to do that whole section. And then they're gonna extend water main up Eagle View Drive to the north side of, advanced traffic signals.
That's as far as.
So
it goes.
this project does, is it extends it from where Boomerang stops in their project, extends it north. And ties into the water main that was installed with the Henry and Haley's addition. So we got those condos,
Commercial.
commercial condos, and you've got the baseball line drive or whatever dugout sports. That area up there. So they put in the water main for the city standards, but they've been filling it with just well water. So this would connect those businesses into the city's water, what it does.
And your drivers charge.
It's a hydrants there, which is
Yeah.
good fire protection.
So that's-
$30,000.
At one point, we had it part of the.
Under-
Either way.
But then there was
Heard all these millions.
additional environmental stuff that we'd have to go through and stuff. It was just a, so we pulled it out.
Tell us which streets need to be.
and then now it's a separate project. So I mean, if the council doesn't wanna do it, well, it's fine.
Would we have to
Serious.
come up with connection fees for those people out there that have the well?
I know there was a development agreement with the Sabaskis to develop that. I don't remember the specifics. On what that was, if there were no water main connection fees, or if they would have to pay for something with that. I'd have to look into that. That's a good question.
I would like to know that information.
Yeah. One thing it does do, which is a benefit, it gets users on the water system. So. The problem with that water main is water gets stagnant when it doesn't get used, so. And I know. Just in talking to some people that use that water, they would. It's not good water. Yeah, I think they would love to get on a city water, but. So, yeah, again, any of these projects you wanna pull up, I think it's been on there this whole time. I don't know if it was asked to be moved up or if I put it up there, I don't remember, but
Well, I think it was on the previous 1 year's 91,000, and then we removed it because of the requirements. I just wanted to be sure that everybody was aware of it, because we hadn't discussed it.
yeah.
Well, I have a question. So the streets inventory maintenance repair and replacement program, isn't that something that we can do in-house? I mean, if we're just gonna look at and prioritize which streets we feel need to be replaced. And it's just and we rank them in order and then figure out what we wanna do. Just seems like paying $100,000 for Shane to do that is a lot. Brian?
I mean, if that's something you guys are comfortable doing with, I'm fine with it.
Sure,
I mean, it's a different, just going, these are the 5 streets we're going to do next.
Well, I mean, I think we kind of have I think we kind of know which streets would need more attention than others, and we could rank them ourselves and then look at the top 2 or 3 and kind of work those into our system. Just seems like we could get a lot done with that $100,000 other than having, on our own, trying to prioritize which roads you think need to be fixed.
How far would you go with that? Be cost estimates on the being out of that or?
So it'd be, yeah, if you said, hey, here's 10 or 20 streets that we would like to look at and put on our 10-year CIP. What we do is we would look at them obviously with you guys and what are the 1 or 2 blocks, is it, full street section, 5 or 6 block? And
So
obviously.
you're getting the pricing out of it, I guess, is probably what the
Yeah,
main
well,
part.
yeah.
Well,
you
he's just
put
gonna give you
together-
an estimate based on when you do it, but I'm saying $100,000, can't we?
Well, again, like I
Yeah, a
mentioned,
little
that
closer
number
here.
is just a number pulled out, so, depending on how many streets, how much information you want, it can definitely be less. But yes, the cost estimates, is it a complete reconstruction or is it an overlay? But, I mean, if you guys are comfortable with that, I have no problem pulling it
Well,
out.
I just think you guys should be able to tell me like which 3 streets you think needed attention. And then we could, cut this number down by saying, okay, what are the costs for these 3? I just feel like,
Just pay for whatever he
Well,
decide, at the
you know
time.
what I'm saying, I just, that's $100,000 is a lot of money, I think we could do something with that a little bit and just.
Well, long term, I think it'd be good to have a total street inventory, but I visualize an Excel spreadsheet that says this street is 10 years old, here's its condition, this street is 20 years old, this is its condition, you have a whole list, just like you do with your equipment where you're
Mhm.
rotating things
But then
out.
what are you gonna do with that? They're all about the same.
So the conditions could be different.
Well, then,
Not, I mean, not necessarily.
which ones are worse? Yes,
Yeah,
you're right,
specific
1 through
ones,
10 or
okay.
whatever, yeah. But you have a whole list of every street in town
We have. That just seems.
for
like
the
it's-
future.
That just seems to me like it's pointless. We know how many streets we have. The question is which ones need
Yeah,
to be fixed. And you would prioritize the ones, you make a list of the ones that have issues and those, I don't know, $100,000.
I agree, if we need to even
I'm
know
sorry.
this, we can talk about that another day.
Yeah, I would think it'd be easier to find the few that need to be fixed and focus on.
We work on it during the year here, and you can revisit it next year if you wanna add it on again.
Well, that's what I mean, which ones are getting worse, which ones do we need to put on this list? Fix,
So you're suggesting removing it from the CIP?
or taking, I don't know, $100,000 for that input just seems like a lot to me, so could we?
Well, yeah, and again, I specifically talked about that one because that was just something we threw out there. Depending on what, scope you want, if it's one of those things where, to Ann's point, if she's like, fine, just go out and find 5 streets and, kind of prioritize them and then have all for the other cost estimate, no, it's not gonna cost $100,000. But if you wanna go through and analyze all, most of the city streets, all of them, whatever it is, and you wanna look at the age and the conditions and then start prioritizing, complete reconstruction or asphalt overlay, there's different benefits to different things in different streets, yeah, that's gonna be more cost expensive, so. whatever you want on there, you know, or if you want to completely remove it, that's fine. And that's why I want to make sure you understand that that's not a set number, because there is not a set scope.
Brian, you probably already have a list going. And you just get it on, in an Excel spreadsheet, do some prioritization, show the council and see if they're comfortable with that, or if they want something more detailed.
Work on some.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, the majority of the streets are fine, so I think we just need to focus on the ones that have issues and update that list as those things come through. So we can get some of those on this list and maybe spend some of that money fixing things instead of.
And Shane, then maybe if he and the council would come up with 3 or 5 that they want cost estimates, and it would just be a regular line item in the roads budget, not a CIP expense.
Yeah, it's
Which she already
like the
has.
seal coat.
So maybe go ahead and just remove that then.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not speaking for council.
So I guess, you know, Mary Ann had expressed some concerns about the well 4 project, putting some money into. Trying to figure out which existing wells would be impacted. Do you want me to pull that money out of that line item? And it can get, I mean,
So
Cynthia would know where it could possibly get moved to, but.
I'm just trying to figure out, so we did those tests, we know which a couple of those wells had issues, but we need to test now, and I'm trying to figure out my head around what all that was.
So you don't know exactly which wells have issues. We know the one well had issue because it was drawn down to the pump. And then we stopped doing the pump test. So we don't know the full impact on the other. So we had 4 monitors. And 4
Yeah, we were doing 2 other ones.
Yeah, so we were monitoring, we were hoping to do a 7-day pump test. We ended up doing 2 days.
Because one was so bad.
One was so bad, so we had to stop it.
Okay,
So we
so
don't-
what's
we don't-
differently if we
we
go
don't
back
have-
next time?
Full impact on, you know, what. You know, those wells may have gotten drawn down further, you know. And then maybe looking at some other wells to kind of figure out how deep they're sitting. I don't know, and maybe there's not a lot that needs to be done with it. You know, maybe we don't use all that money, maybe we do, I don't know. There's a lot of unknowns with it at this point.
If that, that well is gonna go bad fast again, how are you ever gonna get to the 7 days of testing?
So again, I think there's some talk about, you know, that well either gets taken offline or gets hooked up with another well or something like that. And if that happens, then we could do another pump test. And again, I don't know if doing another pump test is the right thing,
Right.
but
And as part of this, maybe contacting that property owner, having a discussion with them of the age of the well, whether we'd even have any requirement to participate in mediation, right?
well, yeah, that's some of it would be depending on, you know, some of these wells that may have, negative impacts. If they're so old, you know, how much of that's on the city, how much of it's on them, you know, if there's wells, existing wells that are impacted, you know, what is the city's obligation gonna be, you know, to either have them, like on South Brook or South View. You know, all those houses are on wells. But if they have problems, there's a water main right out front, they can hook up to the city water. And that's a fairly easy fix. But obviously you get one that's out in the county, 1/2 mile, you know, extending the water main to service 2 or 3 lots, you know, county lots. It's a very expensive fix, so it might be, you know, dropping their existing pump, which would be a fairly easy fix.
So you said this well was like drilled in the 1800s or something, is that what you said, and it's an
I think it
old
was
well?
1800s.
Yeah, 1890.
So it's probably very, very shallow.
That particular one, but because of
They
that one,
use
we
it.
weren't able to look at some of the impact on the other existing.
Cheaper to just drill them a deeper well, if
That's,
they're out in the middle of nowhere.
that's one of the options.
That's one of the options, but we don't know if it's just them, there's a lot of other private wells.
So
in
then
there.
how do you test and not affect?
That's some of the stuff we need to look at. We don't have, unfortunately, I don't have all the information at this point and can tell you it's this, and this, and it's gonna be X number of dollars. that's why we were looking to use the extra money that's left over in the project to start looking into some of this. Hopefully have a better idea.
So we can't put our well online until this is figured out, because we could put our well online and they could all not have
I think
water.
you could, but without knowing what the impact on some of these wells is, I think you wanna find out some of that information before it goes online. And we do have some information, and we're still trying to get, the final report on that, so that may tell us some more. But
And this is just a smattering, like you just picked so many wells. It's not like every
within
well.
a certain distance, yeah, just a few
Fairly
wells,
close.
distance fairly close to the Bell After property.
Yeah.
We did the
So we
one out
could
west.
turn our well on and have problems with somebody's well that's further out if it's.
You could, if it's really shallow or,
If there's a water vein out there that it flows through faster than it happens to go through their well, then nobody knows that.
So even if we do this testing, we could potentially have issues.
Well,
you could still have, yeah, once you get one online, you can still have a couple people that, hey, we're having some issues. It doesn't, that's just it, when you're dealing with groundwater, you don't know, to Ryan's point, you don't know where those fractures are at, that's.
I'd say better leave that money here for now. Yeah. Until we figure this out.
But isn't it better to test them before the data centers go online? Because, I mean, we'd have more chance to impact them. Yeah, I mean, we wanna know what just our impact is.
Oh, yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. I wasn't realizing that's what he was talking about. I thought he meant the next new well that we were gonna dig for us.
No, it's just, I think what it would do is based on the information's collected and the report that LRE is gonna provide with this, is gonna be, some recommendations based on well 4, which is the one that's been dug. And then, possible additional wells, well 5, 6, for that whole, field. To give us an idea, again, it's just a study, it's not a hard number that's gonna say this is, some of the anticipated impacts. So did you
Keep it.
indicate to keep it in there? Thank you.
Yeah. I'm taking one away, but you can keep that.
Any other feedback, any other questions?
Well, do we know what we're doing with the 80th Street based on the, motion? Is that now a starting design of a roundabout, or is it some sort of study? Whether traffic or cost benefit to try to figure out what the design should be?
Well, if it's in fiscal year 2027, which starts July 1st. By then or very shortly thereafter, we know whether the city's gonna get funding or not through the MPO. Now, maybe that makes a difference or not. There's been a lot of discussion, if the city proceeds with turn lanes and traffic signals or roundabout, but I think Ann pointed out, even if we got funded, then can we look at changing it if that's the road we want to go? So at this point, if you just put some funding in there, in your market for either preliminary design or how you want to do it, and kind of wait and see. Unless you want something really specific, we can put that in there.
So you think how it's labeled now is close enough? And we'll find out if it's a study, design. or
I think no
cost
matter what we
estimate.
do, we still have to do some of the studies or some of that stuff because it's the DOT roadway, no matter what we do.
If the
I think we have. to
project
do
moves
that.
forward with or without funding. Or if you wanna, don't get funding and you wanna pursue funding and with an application in 2 years. Again to the MPO, I think you're gonna wanna look at some of this stuff, either be a cost benefit analysis or maybe lay out for a roundabout or, traffic study.
Cause even if we do it on our own, we still have to have some of that information for the DOT. They'll have some
To design it,
information.
yes, yeah.
The design of it should be their most important, they've already done.
So I'm just trying to determine for the ones that voted to do this, is that description close enough for you, or do you want something more specific?
On the notes over to the right, what currently says traffic signals.
Change it to say traffic studies, I don't. design and
Just say
traffic
improve the
studies.
intersection and then scratch out the rest of it and then say this is for traffic studies and then blah, 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 yeah. For just traffic, so.
Did you hear that change? Change the notes.
Say that again.
On the note on the 80th Street, if you stop at improving the intersection and then say this is for the traffic study and design and just continue on, it should be fine.
Okay.
1,000 feet back, go too far.
So basically get rid of the fact, so it's not specific.
Yep.
I'm good. Anything else? Any other questions?
CIP,
Thank you.
unless the council wants to tell you about. Yeah, I think clear. Open depth, what do you need from us for sure tonight?
Okay, I think I have most of the lines filled out. What I kind of need, what I would usually get at the February meeting is direction on this 1-year CIP. So if we're at 2,484, 477.37 now. Are there projects in here that you want to identify for local option sales tax? Or road use funds or general funds? I know I want to discuss one of them, where is that? Heartland Heights Park Pavilion, you see the amount needed 89,449. So we had some leftover park bond funds from a couple of different bonds that we've been using for this project. And we have spent them all. And in Shane's estimate of what's yet to spend or to pay for, whether it be fiscal 26 or a little bit into 27, we think we're gonna be about 89.5 short. It could come from loss, it could come from general fund. There's 65,000 earmarked that may be available from the pickleball. Although you might run into contingencies on that, but, so I kind of need direction, how you want to fund that. Do you want to plan on the 65, take the rest from loss, or plan on 65, take the rest from general? Or take it all from loss?
I think the loss makes sense, backing out the 65 from the 89, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We also, I guess, have some funds that are gonna be left over from the fire station, and if you, I don't know if the new council know this. So when we do a bond, we have these purposes. And if one project goes over and another one goes under, you can shift them around as long as it's in that bond purpose, okay? So probably, this pickleball and the fire station are in the same bond. You know, so those funds can be shifted, for any other, stated bond purpose. So we'll have another 55,000 probably to reallocate. Does not have to stay in a fire purpose. It can be for any of the bond purposes.
So all the bond purposes in that particular bond, fire on slate, the park.
Yeah, and I will look that up, but I don't know that off the top of my head, but, sewer was in there, parks was in there, fire station was in there. The fire station, if you remember, was the general purpose, the other ones were the essential corporate purpose, so I would have to double check with Maggie, make sure that I can cross over those two things. I think I can, but I would want to make sure of that. Shane, I thought, let's see. that money that I said we had for the sewer lining, that was from phase one and phase 2, so phase 3 is not funded yet. Okay,
Phase 3 is not funded.
okay, I was confused there for a minute.
Said sewer is a part of that bond.
Did you want me to put the extra money that you said like 248.5 as available funds? I know there was a couple of repairs, below grade point repairs or say replacement. Point repairs that if there's additional funds could be used for that. There's one over on the front street that they put the guy wire through, so if we have to open cut it and replace that, there could be some of that extra money to be put towards that. I think there's another point repair on the curve of, stop curve of,
Yeah, you can use that 248 to get you completely what you need to do through phase 2, and then if there's still some funds left, yes, you could show that as going towards phase 3. If there is some, I don't know, there will be.
Okay.
So, this fiscal year got 241,304 in lost unassigned. The new revenue for fiscal 27 is estimated at 530,000. So you put those together.
Excuse me, when I'm looking at you, it shows projected new revenue of 5 times
For lots.
the one that you just gave me today, yeah.
Oh, that's probably with interest. Where's it stated? What page are you on?
I'm looking at lost, or on the right hand, oh, you're looking at budget, I was looking at the lost sheet,
That's the current year.
right?
Says
Oh, next year.
241,304 unassigned. The new 27 lost revenue is 530,000. So if you add the 241 and the 530, you come up with 771,304, right? That's how much you have to spend part through fiscal 27. What do you want to spend it on? We usually do, let's see, hang on. Transfers out for the sets. For the set stuff that the city hall bond, the fire station debt is 191,900. So that would come off of that. I think you're.
What was our starting amount?
So do 241,304 plus 530 minus 191,900.
So like 580-ish.
Yeah, but
Okay. So I need to know how you want to spend that. And if there's these CIP projects, you know, that you want some of those be spent on.
And apologies if you said this, but does that include like fireworks and the library?
So let's take another 25,000 off of that. And you want in 27, are we paying for fireworks again out of lost?
Yes.
I think so. It's worth.
So take another 40,000 off. So that's, you said it was like 579 or what?
40 just for fireworks?
yeah.
No, 25 and 15.
I was trying to get you to look, 500 for fireworks.
That would be 540 left about.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay,
Best you ever seen.
Then you had, but 31 budgeted for technology. Is there anything that,
That shouldn't have to come out of there, because we just did that because we had to pay for 2 software packages. We had to pay for Edmunds to get up and going in G-Works. So in fiscal 27, you should just have to pay for Edmunds. So that should come out of just the regular budgets.
and everyone got new computers and all that, right? So
No, nobody got me for.
I thought there was the Windows.
We upgraded the software, we didn't get computers.
There was.
I had one.
Oh, you had one?
Mine failed, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But that's probably.
But no, that was just to pay Edmunds, is what that was in for the software.
And then I know we have like, this has the excavator lease.
Yeah, that's in that 191.9.
Okay.
The city hall,
The bond.
bond, the excavator lease and the fire department debt are in that.
And you said you like to keep 100,000.
That's keeping the 100,000.
Oh,
That's
okay.
without having to, cause I only took a 241, cause we're gonna have 341 left in June if we don't spend anything.
Well, that Eagle View Drive water main extension, that would be for all of that, right?
Yeah, and you can, but just remember that's a utility that should be paying its own way with user fees. I mean, you can, but that would probably be the last thing to recommend to do. Same with the sewer line. Again, that's a utility that should be paying for its costs with user fees. That's the philosophy of the state anyway. But the 100,000 for the traffic study or cost benefit or, design start, or the
There you go.
40,000, the minor street improvement. We could also talk about the second half of the fire truck payment. We still have to bond for that. But you could use that money and not put that in the new bond.
I'll vote for that. If I don't get to vote, but I'll vote.
Was that like 200,000?
346.
Big 46,
Yeah.
50.
I mean, there's lots of different options.
So instead of bonding for that, that sounds like a good thing to do.
I agree.
Okay, so fire truck. 346. Leave 193. Can I add in my head tonight at all at this time? Yeah.
You could do 80 to 151 and then the minor street improvements as well, right?
And I mean, you could leave, that leave about 50,000 or whatever unassigned. I mean, that's,
We usually leave a little in there just in case.
well, it's leaving 100,000, but you could also have some play that's unassigned yet. So is that what you want me to pencil in, is the fire truck and then those two?
I have 4 things for that. Fire truck.
Well, we have the 100,000. We have the minor street. We have the fireworks. We have the library. We have the debts, the lease, the city hall, the fire department debt. And the difference, oh yeah, some of that will fill in for the park project.
Right, that's the other one that I had.
Okay. Okay, that gets us pretty close, right? So do you want me to pencil in that you're doing a bond for the rest?
So Cynthia, how does that work for like the bridge project where the city will get reimbursed? So you bond for that full 1.2 million?
Well, Maggie and I talked about trying to determine, verifying how often they'll do a reimbursement and seeing what amount is needed to cash flow it.
Mm-hmm.
So probably not the full,
Okay.
but probably some of it.
And then whenever you have left over, you just move to a project that needs money next year or whatever.
Yeah. So you would be doing a little bit of bridge for cash flow and our share. What's our share?
The engineering and then maybe 50 or 60,000. I think the 1.32 million, again, planning estimate, so it's not a hard number.
Right.
We anticipate 1.32 million to be covered by the funding out of the 1.7. So ballpark 400,000.
Okay.
So
The sewer lining, Vanderbilt. And Eagle View Drive, is that right? Okay. I'll plug those numbers in, but again, you can do a budget amendment about anything except the taxes, and the taxes are already grabbed from the county at 810. That's the most important. Yeah, but that's had to be done before this meeting. Okay, those are my, I had to knows. Based on that, then I'll fill out the transfer lines. Those aren't filled out yet. I guess, I have do you guys have questions?
Budget reviews.
Yeah, I got input from the other department heads. Their, ideas are in here. Because I didn't know about that, I haven't done, bond fund projections, but I can have those for you on the 24th. Let's see, I guess based on this, I'll take on page 4, I'll take out those library donations, the large. And, see if I must have an expense somewhere. So those won't be coming in this fiscal year. Well, that's fun. I just had the revenue coming in. That would make my balances look good. Okay, so I've got the 25,000 and it says building planning, but I will move that to a line that says fundraising.
What page is that on?
15. It shows coming out a loss, but I'll just make another line that says fundraising. Let's see if anything else jumps out at me now. So page 14. That's the end of the road use area or public works area, which is road use tax. So you can see, I've got it highlighted, the current balance is 435, although we elected to spend some of that tonight. Like 100,000 maybe, we'll find out more. Projected new revenue is 400,000, and you can see the expenses that we have put in here are 571. So that would be eating into that beginning balance if all of these expenses happen like we think. I mean, we can do that. I just don't want to put that in the budget without making everybody aware.
So we've got 435 in current balance, but our expected expenditures are gonna be
Yeah,
greater than our incoming.
yes. And that,
We went with, we take 100 out for what we were talking about earlier,
Yeah.
that 170. For the overrun, leaving us with the balance of 160.
which is kind of closer to the normal road use balance, but, yeah. The reason that it got built up is because for a few years, we moved a lot of the road use expenses to loss. And we may end up, you may want to do that in the future, but. See if I have anything else highlighting. I know, I had a question for Shane. So our development agreement with Alliant about 76th Avenue. And then it got amended. Is there any of those payments that are kicking in? It seems to me that they are. Are we delaying them or do you know where we are with that?
76th Avenue Development Agreement. I can definitely look into that.
Okay. Because I think I had.
This is the old Alliance.
Yeah, right,
Barrel.
right, yes. So anyway, I just wanted to see about that and, make sure we know if we're supposed to be getting something or if it's delayed more, you know, when and how much, yeah. Okay,
So I think that was kind of mentioned in the Haiti agreement, but.
Yeah, I'll look at both of them this.
yeah, because we added to it in the Layton agreement,
Layton has participation as well.
right? And I don't know if the dates were tied to us doing 76 or there were just flat dates.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could look into that and give us some input, an update on that, that'd be great. On page 25, the water starts and the projected revenue, I think that I have in here is based on the current rates. Now, they just took effect in the end of August, so I just kind of looked at November, December, January, February. Now, those are probably gonna be our lowest use rate, months. So I'm probably a little low because in summer we'll have more usage, but I looked at those 4 months that were after the new rates. Oh, I know what I was gonna point out, something good. And same on page 28 with the sewer revenues. Again, that's based on the current as of August of 24 rates. And, those 4 months that I mentioned, which tend to be our lowest. To go to page 30. You can see in the sewer debt service. The 184,000, 3,220 and 460. That's the final payment on the sewer lagoon loan from 2000.
Oh my God.
That's.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So that's a good thing. So, certainly in the next fiscal year, unless you go crazy on sewer projects, you would be able to lower that sewer debt fee. And maybe even the end of June, look at what the June balance is. And if you have enough to make that final payment without any of the new, you may be able to lower the sewer debt fee in the summer and just take enough in for the transfers out for the geo sewer portions. Yay, yeah. That would be good. If you- We will not be able to do that. And then on page 31, I've highlighted what Republic's fee is gonna go to. They're increasing their fee to $23.43, which is an increase of $1.43. Right now, we're at $24.25. And I've done this revenue estimate proposing to go to $25.75. And if you want to do that, we would typically do that ordinance this spring, so that it would be in effect on the end of June bills. Because they're start charging in July.
Yeah, that's kind of an automatic thing.
Right. But I wanted to bring it to everybody's attention.
And then we've got one more year with them before we can look at it, okay?
Yeah. Do you want me to draft that ordinance? Okay. And I have asked all of the department heads to give me their budget amendment numbers by the end of March. In April, you should set the hearing date for your May meeting, which means right after that April meeting, I need to know the numbers so that I can get them in the public notice. So hopefully by the April meeting, I'd have a budget amendment report for you. But that'll kind of be the next push. So in April, you'll have your full hearing on the full budget and adopt the budget, and then you'll be setting a hearing date in May for a budget amendment. You want to adopt a budget amendment by May, because if you do it in June, one resident question it and throws it out. So. Anybody have a problem with that schedule and timeline? Okay. Questions? Did you see anything that I didn't point out that you had questions about, or, you know, you take it home, because I know you didn't get it till today, take it home, look it over, shoot me an email if you have questions. I will be continuing to work on it and putting numbers into the budget software at the Iowa Department of Management. What the next step I have to do is go in there and re-estimate the current budget and then put in these new, and then they'll give us some fund balance projections, so.
So it's March 24th, second special, you could have some updated.
Yep.
Any other questions on that concept? Not, we'll move on to the claims. Questions? Looks like a resident might have a question. Are you waiting for citizens knowledge?
Quick point, Nick Wolfright, I was a Safe Longview Drive. Legal fees, I noticed are at $21,122.10. That just invoices for the month of January? There's no
That would just be 1 month, yes.
one.
Yep.
Were you here when we had the other discussion?
You didn't divulge too far into that, you said you hadn't seen February's or March, you didn't tell me.
Yeah, that's just for
So
June.
it's just for June.
Any other questions on the claims? Okay, hearing none, need a motion to pay the bills. Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hi. Couple of citizens, nobody, anybody, has anything, anybody online,
Anybody online?
they're all to bed. Okay. We'll move on to mayor's, comments, just real quick. I attended local leaders day at the state capitol last week, property taxes, sorry, we about hot topic to be continued. The end of next week is the end of the second funnel, so we should know a little bit more after that. I'm glad that we didn't schedule the volunteer committee meet and greet us at after our second special on the 24th, because it looks like we've got other things to talk about, but I'm not forgetting it, so I'll take a look, we'll do that in April instead. And Cynthia, and her comments can remind us what happens on the 24th.
So you'll have a meeting, there'll be a hearing on the, levy hearing that Lynn County will mail out. That hearing notice is confusing to understand, but it shows county, school, and city levy. And, you'll just have a hearing on it. You don't take any action. You close that, and then you have to wait a few minutes, and then you can open it at 6:15, you can open a second special meeting. And set the hearing date for the full budget, which is at your April meeting, and then any benefits.
Other things that we've added tonight.
Right.
Going in, I know. Yeah, because the first one gives the citizens opportunity to come and ask questions about that. Notice,
Yes. Previously, the council has said we'll just get paid for one meeting, even though it's technically two meetings. Is everyone okay with that? Yes, yes, yes.
Well, based on tonight, maybe we should pay for time.
Anything else? Cynthia?
No, just if you have budget questions, send them sooner rather than later. I will be consumed with AP minutes and then budget.
Okay, need a motion to adjourn.
Motion, so
All in favor? And we may have, well, we're pretty close, I think we'll have a meeting that's not tested, but.
I've done this late. That's.
Hold it, let's say the whole time.
Huh?
No.
Oh.
No.